Clinton. I'm gonna say probably Clinton over Obama. In my lifetime, probably Clinton. But in the space of history, oh my God, it could be, man, I'm going to throw Abraham Lincoln in there for obvious reasons. I'm going to have to throw Kennedy in there for obvious reasons. FDR would be in there. Shit. Franklin Delano Roosevelt, Kennedy, Lincoln. I like Bill Clinton. I like unity. I like people who can reach out and try to work with the other side. Obama was trying to do that. Unfortunately, Obama being in a minority is going to limit his ability to do that. But I liked Obama. You say, why Abraham Lincoln? He freed the slaves, the Emancipation Act. Emancipation Proclamation. I mean, I'm going to give Lincoln just for doing that. Even though history makes it clear he didn't want to do that. But I'm going to definitely give Lincoln credit for that. Because it doesn't matter whether look, if I'm dying and you reach down and save me, I'm drowning, you pull me out of the water, doesn't matter if you want to do it or not. I got to give you credit if you did it. And Lincoln did do that. So we're starting live in 3, 2, 1. What up, folks? Once again, it is indeed your boy Tim, the handsome liberal. And I was already having a conversation with many folks on my YouTube horizontal platform, but now we're across all platforms. We are on TikTok. We are also on Instagram, and we're on YouTube horizontal as well as vertical. Looking in the comments though, LOL, no he didn't. Slavery, what is it? Laughing out loud, no he didn't. Slavery didn't even come up as an issue until 2 years after the war. What are you suggesting, that Abraham Lincoln did not free the slaves? Is that what you're trying to get me to believe, that Abraham Lincoln had nothing to do with slaves being free? You're going against history. I don't even know where else to go with that. Exiting yourself from any guilt or accountability by simply asking celestial friend for forgiveness is a recipe for monsters. I don't know what that means. But are we really trying to say that Abraham Lincoln didn't free the slaves? What up, Tim? You're not on TikTok. I am now. So, all right, we're going to start the live. I want to talk to you folks about a few things. Number one, I have to ask this, because this is the month that the LGBTQ community is suggesting to be Pride Month. And make no mistake about it, the right is furious about this month. No matter where you go, if they're talking about Pride Month and MAGA is in reach of it, MAGA's complaining, ridiculing, or criticizing it in some shape or form. So I want to know, right off the bat, we got a few topics, but right off the bat, one of them is going to be, why does the right have an issue with Pride Month? What is it about this month that pisses off MAGA? And in addition to that, because we're talking about, Target and Walmart used to carry Pride Month t-shirts and clothes. They were canceling Walmart, canceling these places. That was happening. Really, to be honest with you, wherever the LGBTQ community exists in the public forum, there are going to be problems for MAGA if these two groups are anywhere near each other, MAGA and the LGBTQ community. There is going to be problems. I want to know from you folks, why is that? Why does MAGA have an issue with the LGBTQ community? Now, you see on the monitor behind me, that's Trump literally holding up a flag that has on it LGBTs for Trump. LGBTs for Trump. And I don't know if some would say that didn't age well, but that is Trump holding up a flag representing the LGBTQ community. I don't understand why there's a month dedicated for how want to get themselves off. Is that how you view it, Waffle Jackson? You view the LGBTQ month as honoring how you like to get yourself off? Jeez. Okay, that's an interesting way of putting it. And by the way, folks, I do apologize in advance. I've been under the weather for the last 3 days or so, and I'm not 100% by any means at all. So I might be coughing and sniffing a little bit. If my voice holds up, we can get this live through. But damn it, when you're down, you're down. And I've been down for the last few days. So bear with me. But I will try to make it through. Just don't shove it down my throat, says RJJ. Can some, and that, I will ask that because that's a common statement. Can someone explain what it means to shove something down your throat? Now, let's not go into the adult phrase. We know, where you can turn shove down your throat to mean something nasty, so to speak. But in regards to the LGBTQ community, what does it mean to shove it down someone's throat? Maybe I'll have a caller or two that can explain that. But before we continue on, I also want to run, because I got a few calls I want to take in. I do want to play a couple receipts for you. You know, I always come with receipts. This is the second topic that I want to run by you if I can get my timing straight. Remember, we want to secure the border. We want to get rid of the rapists and murderers and, and Trinidad Agua and MS-13. We want to get all those folks out, and I don't think there's anybody that would disagree with Trump's stance on securing the border and making this country safe again. But I want you to hear this because folks will often ask, why the hell do so many folks on the left and Trump detractors have a problem with the man simply trying to secure the border? What's wrong with securing the border? I want you to hear this story.
Some of the backstory here if you're just joining us. This is a lawful permanent resident of the United States. She's lived here for about 50 years. She went to the Philippines to go visit, and she was on her way back, and she was detained at SeaTac International Airport by, ICE. And one of the holdups here, because we've been following this case throughout the weeks, one of the reasons that they gave us on why she was detained was an embezzlement conviction from 2001. Because of that history, they said that they detained her, but, obviously you had family and friends who were saying that that was, just not fair and that she should not have been detained in the first place, that she was a lawful permanent resident, that she was an outstanding resident of the United States.
Now, I do want to play that. Now, she's been in the country for 50 years, 50. You just heard them say on there. She's been in the country for 50 years. She's a permanent resident. So that undocumented, illegal immigrants, none of that has anything to do with this woman. She has been in the country for 50 years. Now, there is one issue. You heard them say she has been convicted of embezzlement. Now, I looked this case up, and she was convicted of that white-collar crime, and she had to pay $6,000 in restitution. She has paid that years ago. But the case is from 2001. 2001. So you're talking 24 years ago. She left the country as a permanent resident, as a green card holder. And when she came back into the country, they detained her because she has a conviction from 2001. Now, they had her in custody for 3 months. Fortunately, she was able to hire a lawyer and all of that, and a judge ruled that she didn't qualify to be deported. But they were actually going to kick her out of the country based on that 2001 conviction, 24 years ago. So when folks ask, why do people have an issue with Trump's immigration agenda, by way of yes or no in the comments, how many folks believe she should be kicked out? She has a green card, so she's a permanent resident. How many folks believe she should be kicked out for that 2001 conviction? I'd be curious. Put yes or no. If you believe she should be kicked out, put yes in the comments. Yes or no, because the first thing I'm going to ask is, how many of us as citizens have a perfect criminal history where you haven't done anything? If they went back your entire adult life, have you been perfect? Have you been perfect your entire adult life where they can go back any span of time and hold you accountable for something you may have done, in this case, 24 years ago? Once you come to America and you migrate here, is it required that you become perfect for the rest of your life anything you do, anytime you do it, you can be kicked out. So if you migrate here and get a green card and you do something in 2050, they can get you because, well, you haven't been perfect. You're requiring them to be completely perfect. Is that what we're talking about here? From 24 years ago. 24 years ago. Anyhow, we're going to talk about that. And last but not least, I'm sure you all remember this, but I do want to play this because this is certainly newsworthy by now. Many of you folks probably remember this though.
Alone, and we are thankful. I said thanks.
You haven't
in
been
this
alone.
cabinet.
You haven't been alone. We gave you through this stupid president $350 billion.
You voted
we gave
for
you
your
military equipment, and you men are brave, but they.
Actually, that's not the part of it I want to play. That will come up, but this is the first clip I wanted to play.
Not in a good position. You don't have the cards right now. With us, you start having cards. Right now, you don't. You're playing cards. You're playing cards. You're gambling with the lives of millions of people. You're gambling with World War III. You're gambling with World War III.
Did that meeting age poorly for Trump, considering what's going on now? He said you didn't have the cards, and now all of a sudden Zelensky has launched probably one of the most successful drone attacks in world history. I don't know of anybody who's launched a drone attack that has been that successful. But the second part of the interview I play, and then I'll go start taking calls. Do you agree with what Trump is saying here?
Of the war, we've been alone, and we are thankful. I said thanks.
You haven't
in
been
this
alone.
cabinet.
You haven't been alone. We gave you through this stupid president $350 billion.
You voted
we gave
for
you
your
military equipment, and you men are brave, but they had to use our military. If you didn't have our military equipment, this war would have been over in 2 weeks.
In 3 days, I heard it from Putin. In 3 days, this is something
Maybe
new.
less.
In 2 weeks, of course, yes.
It's going to be a very hard thing to do business like this. I tell you.
Just say thank you.
Why would did you hear JD Vance?
I said a lot of times
Except
to American people.
Except that there are disagreements, and let's go litigate those
And
disagreements.
of course, JD Vance is chastising him for not saying thank you. But do you agree with him in suggesting that if it wasn't for the U.S., it would have been over in 3 days? I think some might agree, but let me know in the comments. Anyway, going straight to the box, we'll start out with asking, why the hell does MAGA have a problem with Pride Month? And we'll continue on from there. Sapper, good evening. Welcome to the program. Anywhere the LGBTQ community shows up, MAGA seems to have a problem with that if they're in the same place. Why do you think that is? Sapper, good evening.
Hey, good evening. Hey, how you doing, baby?
I'm doing good.
Hey, the issue is, man, is they don't want to. They basically are in denial as to what they voted for, and they are not willing to face the truth, even though it's in front of them day after day.
What is the truth? Then what is the truth?
The fact is that the president of the United States is turning this country upside down. And we told them that. We told them in the very beginning.
But they wanted that. But that's not a bad thing. They wanted someone that was going to shake the system up and, drain the swamp. They wanted that.
You know what? Yeah, and they're finding out. Because their civil liberties is at stake. And it started with the immigrants, right? So we're going to start off with the low-hanging fruits, right?
Okay.
How do we take away your civil liberties?
Did I lose you, Sapper? I don't know if I lost. Okay, are you there?
Yeah, I'm here.
Okay, before you go into that, everyone's going to want to know what civil liberties are you at risk of losing under Trump?
You're talking about your freedoms of speech. You're talking about when you go to court, right?
Due process, habeas corpus.
Due process.
Yeah.
Right? These are our most important civil liberties besides, everybody's thinking about your Second Amendment rights. No, I want to be able to speak and speak out against my elected official. I want, if I get in trouble, I get due process. I just don't get sent off to a foreign country.
Well, MAGA's going to suggest that if you're not an illegal immigrant, you don't have to worry about that happening to you.
Well, guess what? Again, when you start off with the low-hanging fruit and you can get away with it, and he's already toying with the idea of sending dangerous criminals overseas from the United States, natural born, what do you think is going to happen after that?
So what you expect is he's starting up, as you refer to it, as low-hanging fruit. So if he can get the okay to do some of this stuff against illegal immigrants, you expect it to start migrating to American citizens.
Yeah, you have it, because he's already toying around with the idea.
Yeah, well, he did talk about sending what he referred to as homegrown criminals to El Salvador. So there's no denying at the very least he's joked about it. At least.
Right. Yes, he has. Now, listen, I don't want to shift the topic, right? But I came up here because I heard you talking about immigrants have to live a straight and narrow path.
Yes.
When they come to the United States. Yes, you have to.
Forever?
Yes, you have to. Listen, liberal, I'm an immigrant. I'm a naturalized United States citizen. And if I commit treason against the United States...
Treason! God, wait, hold on. God damn, treason. Okay, let me ask it to you this way. What if it's like a misdemeanor or something?
Okay, now listen. If as a naturalized citizen, right, if I do something outrageous, I can be denaturalized and sent back. If you are a green card holder, anything you do, they can use it. Take your green card and ship you right back where you came from.
Okay, fair enough. So let me ask you, what if you do something, whereas you say they can take and ship your ass back, but they wait 24 years to do it?
Hey, you got 22 years to prepare yourself.
I gotta go and you drink. Oh my God. So if you commit a crime, you know basically from that point on, at any given time, somewhere along my lifespan, they may come and get me based on that crime.
Exactly. What people don't understand, right, and people don't understand immigration law, is when they grant you that green card, they tell you you have to be on the straight and narrow until you become a naturalized citizen. And even when you become a naturalized citizen, you basically still have to be on the straight and narrow. Now, you can get away with certain things, a few things. You'll go to prison, right? But guess what? After prison, depends on what the crime is, you could be deported.
I would agree with you if you do it right away, but to come at somebody for something they did 24 years ago is insane. I don't buy that. Either you punish the person right away or it's over with. 24 years later, this woman is 70. What is she, like 64 years old? And you coming at her with this?
Now, I agree with you, right? There's a way to go about it, right?
Yeah.
Yes, there is, right? And I've seen guys who have come here and they are a naturalized citizen and they commit a crime. They go to prison for 20 years. The day they get out of prison, they have deportation orders in their hands.
Yeah, but they already know that the day they go to prison. In most of those cases, when you're sitting in prison, they've already sent your lawyer some stuff of impending deportation. You already know that when you're in prison, and when I get out of here, they're gonna hand me over to ICE, and I'm gonna be put on the plane. That doesn't pop up by surprise. What they did to this lady popped up by surprise.
Yeah, it's crazy. That's a crazy situation. And again,
But you agree with it.
That is toying with your civil liberties.
Okay, so you don't agree with this shit then?
No, I don't agree with it. No,
Okay, all right. You made it sound like you did. You started out by saying you got to be perfect. You know, as someone who personally migrated to another country myself, I don't think Australia would have did that to me. I mean, they would either kick my ass right away. By the way, this is a white collar crime. This is embezzlement, so it's not like it was a violent crime or anything like that. She committed a white collar crime and the restitution was $6,000. And usually the restitution is more than what you stole. So I don't, that usually has court costs and everything in it. I don't know what she did, but it's a low dollar amount. And 24 years later it pops out? That just seems insane.
Yeah, man. That low-hanging fruit, liberties. That low-hanging fruit.
Okay, so now we getting somewhere. So, like I said, at first you sounded like you agree with that shit, though. So, go ahead.
No, I don't agree with it. I don't agree with the way that ICE is popping up, snatching people off the streets, not granting them their due process, not giving them they're showing up to court. These people are showing up to court to fight their situation, and as soon as they walk out, they think that they're going home, and they're walking to the back of a paddy wagon.
You know something? And speaking of that, if you got a asylum case or you got some kind of immigration case with a pending court date, and you're under the Trump administration, either self-deport or go on the lam. Either self-deport or go, basically become a fugitive or whatever. If you go to court, it's just a setup at this point. I mean, it literally is. If you go to court, the chances of you being arrested on the spot are significant. Why would you even show up to that shit?
Exactly. At this point, nah, I ain't going.
Right.
I ain't going.
Yeah, I don't even see I don't even understand why people are still showing up to court at this point. Either self-deport and go home or go on the lam and just, and try to survive the Trump administration in hopes that the next president will, roll back some of this shit. But under Trump, that court date is bullshit.
Yeah, that's crazy. That is crazy. And what's going to end up happening is after this man get out of office, the United States is going to get sued.
Yeah.
For violating civil liberties.
There's going to be I agree with you, whether it's federal employees that have been fired wrongfully, there's going to be lawsuits coming from everywhere because we've kind of sat back and let Trump do whatever the hell he's wanted to do, and some of that stuff is not legal. I mean, a whole lot of them federal employees that were receiving letters that they were fired for lack of merit and all of that, where they've never had any kind of exam or anything like that, them folks got a legitimate case. And once the next president comes in, if he's willing to give them a listening ear, they will win those cases because Elon was not doing any kind of special measure of firing people. He was just going in and axing people. Whole lot of innocent people got fired.
Yeah, and from what I understand, from what I'm hearing on these TikTok streets and on social media, Elon is not too happy. I think he already knows where all the bodies are buried, and I think he's about ready to start spilling the beans on some of this stuff because he's already started talking about this big, beautiful bill that Trump is pushing, saying that it's crazy and it's stupid and it's a waste of taxpayers' money.
You predicting a falling out between Trump and Elon?
There's a falling out between Elon and the administration somewhere along the line. Yeah.
Well, let me ask you this. I'm going to have to move it on shortly, but let me ask you this. If there is a falling out between Trump and Elon, and Trump starts bashing Elon, and Elon starts returning it because Elon got his own media outlet as well, who do you think MAGA's going to go with if those two start going at each other?
I think they're going to go against Elon. They're still going to stand by their man Trump.
Right. So Elon can go. I gotta move it on though. Appreciate you coming through, man. Thank you.
All right, brother.
Good talk. All right, moving on with the program. By the way, tap the screen. I haven't asked anybody to do that. Tap the screen. Get the likes on up to about 15,000. THOU. Show your program some love. JPT Farms, thank you for your support. Supercell Fusion says Trump ain't shit. Tim needs our help. Get better. Thank you, Supercell. I'm battling with a cold, under the weather, so bear with me. I'm sipping coffee and everything else I can to fight this shit. Dudes on the left be forever scared. Be a man, says Pablo Naya Shelley. I like for you to specify scared in what way? What are dudes on the left scared of? I'd be curious to know. So what we're talking about today is, why does MAGA apparently have an issue with Pride Month and essentially the LGBTQ community in general? I'm going to ask you from that standpoint. Wherever these two groups show up, there's problems. Going to the box, we'll go straight to user 448. Good evening. Doge is to get blackmail on Americans. I know it's to get data. User, good evening.
Yeah, you call me Jeremy.
Jeremy, what's up? Good talking to you again. So you would be the one to ask. You're a Trump supporter. Why is it that MAGA, meaning yourself as well, why is it that MAGA seems to have a problem with Pride Month and the LGBTQ community in general?
Well, there's a few problems. Okay, so here's the thing. First, you got to think about the religious side. There's some people who are more opposed to it because of religion. It is a sin in the Bible. There's no way around it. You either got accepted or not. Now, but the other contingency is this. In a lot of places, Pride went from a pretty low-key event that was fun and all, and people just walk down the streets and just wear pride flags and stuff like that, to a whole lot of like showing off in fetish gear and showing off body parts that are inappropriate, and then inviting children to join in. And like, depending on what Pride March you go to, there's a lot of that happens, especially in the United States. And it's getting to the point where like even a lot of gay people are even coming out saying they don't want to go to Pride parades anymore because too many of them have gone and so far in this direction.
Showing off body parts like what? I haven't been to any Pride parades, but I've seen some of them on TV. What body parts are being shown? I haven't seen that.
Like genitalia, sometimes the anus. So stuff like that. There's like people
completely naked from the waist down.
Yeah, or they have like fetish gear on that has like a crack that shows that stuff.
Okay, one of the things I guess I would ask is, what is the difference between one of these individuals doing that and some chick like J-Lo walking on the beach with a thong or something on that damn near shows her ass crack as well? What's the difference other than you like one and you don't like the other?
Two things. Number one, there are some rules about what you can wear at certain beaches.
But you know what I mean, though. You come on now. You go to a club on a Friday or Saturday night. Bitches, women barely have any damn thing on. You can see this stuff everywhere.
At clubs, as in where they're not going to be.
Yeah, but they gotta get out of the car and walk in the club.
Yeah, there's certain and some people would even argue that you should wear something over that. There are the same rights. It doesn't like in clubs that much, and I understand why. I don't think they're all that bad, and I just think they'll cover up until you get inside.
Okay. Now, well, first of all, I'm going to say I've never seen this Pride parade with people's genitalia out, so that's a new one on me. But I also wanted to point out, you started out by saying religion. One of the primary arguments against the LGBTQ community is I don't want it shoved down my throat. But if you're against this community based on your religion, are you not shoving your religion down their throat?
There is some level of truth to this. You see, it all depends on who you talk to, and what exactly they're saying at the moment. So there are some people who are just outright against Pride all around, no matter what, and those would be the religious, especially in the evangelical community. Those would be the ultra-religious people who just don't want Pride to be shown at all, and they want that represented in government. And conservatives tend to be more favoring of that, just because they've always been like that.
So then, in other words, they're trying to shove their values down the throat of these people.
Yeah, well, yeah, some of them are, but again, it depends on who you talk to, who's considered MAGA. Now, I mean, the other half would be people who see other things that are happening, where kids are being introduced to LGBT community-based contents when they're in elementary school and things like that.
What is LG?
This isn't the same thing as saying seeing a teacher who happens to be gay do something and mention that he's married to a man. Not something like that. But there have actually been certain books that have been pushed in classrooms that get very, very explicit. And one of the things that you'll find interesting is that the very people who want to push these books into certain classrooms where they'll talk about, it's like sex ed before, or you're actually.
What I'd be curious. What give me a description of what's in a book like this? Are you talking about anal sex? What are you talking about?
Yeah, there's been in books like that. There's even.
You're telling me You're telling me that there are books in elementary school that covers anal sex
that have been pushed to be part of the curriculum. Yes, and people brought this up at school board meetings and stuff like that. And one thing that's very interesting is the very people who say that it shouldn't be an issue what they're pushing in some of these schools also have to also get very angry when you actually read out loud what the book says.
So are there any books that cover vaginal, traditional sex? Do kids have access to those books?
Some of them do, but a lot of the organizations that are pushing some of this are LGBTQIA organizations. There's also another bit of an issue. Do you know who Desmond is Amazing is?
No.
So Desmond is Amazing is I hate to even say it. It's not something. It's something that a lot of gay people have even spoken out against. He's what's called a drag kid, and a lot of gay people have even said that drag is inherently sexual and that they don't want kids to be involved. And he's been at drag show. It was before showing off dancing. There's even been men who throw money at him and stuff like that. And there's a lot of push by.
Let me ask you this, because what is drag other than dressing up as a female with an excessive amount of makeup? I want you to tell me, how is that actually harmful to children?
Well, ask some of the gay men who are against it, who even do drag themselves and say this is for adults.
Well, you can have an opinion, but I think an AR is an AR-15 is for adults as well. But that doesn't stop people from taking their kids to the range and letting them use it, supervised, but he's still using it. So I'm trying to figure out, how is this harmful to children?
Well, children shouldn't be exposed to sexual things before certain ages, so they should know some basic stuff about how sex works when it comes to reproduction when they start hitting puberty, because that's when their sex organs start developing. They're going to have to know about themselves a little bit. Then when they're like 18, that's when like the entertainment side of it can go to them, and they can decide how much or how little they want to participate in the sexual entertainment side. But before that, when they're like, say, about like elementary school, they should probably largely not know a whole lot about what sex is.
Wait a minute though, Jeremy. Let's say your child works on a farm with the father, or whatever. They're seeing all the animals and shit have sex. I mean, the kids in elementary school, certainly once they get to around 3rd or 4th grade, they know what happens. Just because you as a parent is trying to keep them from visually seeing it, they're getting access to it from somewhere. I mean, they know what's going on. I don't understand how.
Two things. Number one, most kids aren't living on farms, so I don't buy that.
Well, in the city, it's even worse. But I'm saying, because in the city, you might encounter people walking down the street that are on drugs, butt ass naked. But I'm saying, if you live on a farm and you're working with your...
but that's why we have laws, like obscenity laws, against that. You're not supposed to walk down the street block would you want some random man and like walking down in front of your daughter completely buck?
I don't. It's a difference between what I want and what's harmful to children. You do realize that children in a lot of other nations see nudity way sooner than our kids here in America do, and it doesn't affect them. It doesn't harm them. Lots of other countries allow children to see nudity, and it doesn't turn them into some kind of mental freak.
Well, first off, I would argue differently. We don't really know because we haven't really studied that enough. What we do know is that that exposure to other things such as sexual entertainment when a child is young, especially, which on average happens around 12 years old, actually does have negative effects on the brain.
In what way?
So it depresses what's known as the prefrontal cortex. This is the part of your brain that's responsible for things like impulse control. People who are exposed to sexual entertainment as a child.
But wait a minute though. You're saying sexual entertainment, like let's say porn or something like that. If you are a child and you just happen to, to see this stuff happening, but you're not looking at it for entertainment purposes, I don't see how it. Now, if you're indulging in it specifically for entertainment, to masturbate or something like, yeah, I can see where you're going with that. But I'm saying when you just see nudity and you're not looking at nudity for pleasure purposes, I don't see how it would hurt the kid.
Well, first off, that you have a bit of a point in there, but the problem with your point is that this is something that's seen in sex ed a lot. So in sex ed, they keep it very, very scientific, and they make sure that the body parts are only exposed as much as needed to demonstrate how they anatomically work. There's very, very little. There's no showing of actual sex that happens in sex ed. It's just described. So that's very, very different from, say, actual porn.
Yeah, in my opinion, listening to this, to me, I think the problem is more along the line of if you keep stuff from a kid, that makes them want to see it even more. I think that if we weren't treating this like it was so unnatural or something like that and putting this huge shield around it, I think that causes more problems than the act itself. I don't know. Like I said, I'm not for people just walking around butt ass naked, but when you're talking about the LGBTQ community, it's not that much nudity orbiting around that community like you're saying.
No, there's been more and more and more over the years, and in public, like especially in the parades themselves. There's tons of gay. There's actually a guy you might want to check out. His name is Clarkson Lawson.
How do you know all these people?
He is a libertarian.
Okay.
He's talked about how he specifically doesn't go to pride parades anymore because he doesn't like the way they demonstrate the gay community. It makes a lot of gay people look bad.
I can find somebody that's MAGA that would say the same thing. I don't hang around MAGA no more because I don't like how they represent the gay community. I mean, you can always find one unhappy person from a group.
That's fine. He's not MAGA though.
No, but I'm using that example. You're finding somebody that does not want to go around this stuff anymore because they don't like what's going on. I'm saying you can find that example from any group of people.
Well, there's tons of other. Amir Odom is another one. There's lots of these guys who come out and say, look, this should be something that, like, if you want to see it, there's a place and a time where not everyone is exposed to it easily, that you can see this kind of stuff, like a club.
So then let me soften it up a bit. Why the hell is there a problem with Pride merchandise in a Target or a Walmart, a rainbow T-shirt? Why is there a problem with that?
It depends on what kind of merchandise it is.
It's in Target. It ain't gonna be it's not gonna be adult themed.
If it's just a rainbow, not really much of a problem. And again, this is not really something that's universal with MAGA. MAGA is kind of split on this.
Really? You think so?
Universal? Yeah, one thing that is more universal in MAGA is that they want pride parades to be a little bit more covered up. They want them not be seen. They want them to be a little bit more respectable. You believe that? They're
okay with it if it's more respectable. That ain't the MAGA I'm used to. They want them gone.
More like, no. Some people want them gone. universally, one problem that they all agree on is that pride parades are getting too overtly sexual and provocative and in your face.
So what's up with the T-shirts? Why is there a problem with a LGBTQ T-shirt in a Target or a Walmart? What is the problem with that?
Well, again, that depends on who you're talking to. Not everyone has a problem with that. A lot of times, though, it depends on also. Did you know that at one point in the year, like during Pride Month, the United Nations actually took down all their national flags, replaced them with gay flags?
No, I haven't heard that.
That happened last year.
Okay, then they're showing solidarity with the community.
Yeah, but that's not appropriate to do that in place of your national flag. I mean, you can fly it next to your national flag, but
you got people. Wait, hold up. You're gonna tell me you can't do that with your national flag when you got Americans that are stitching the U.S. flag with the Confederate flag? You think that's legit?
It shouldn't be done by a government. So think about it like this: if you want to make a gay American flag, as an individual citizen, you, Tim, have the right to do that because that's protected speech. The government shouldn't do that.
I don't know. I mean, I get your point. I think that's just. I mean, because like I said, you got governments that have flown the Confederate flag at their Capitol building and all of that. But all of a sudden, I'm about to say the gay flag, the LGBTQ flag comes along, and people got problems with it. I just think it's dislike in regards to this community. That's what I think it is. I don't think it has anything to do with the government, because I think if a citizen did it, they would have a problem with it just like they do with the government. But I'll give you the last word. I got to move it on.
Okay, so just remember, this is an issue that MAGA is a little bit divided on.
I haven't heard that. I haven't talked to any. I haven't seen any division with MAGA. I think MAGA's unified on they want this shit gone. I haven't heard any of this division you're talking about.
Well, they are divided. It's but you're united on certain points. Less degeneracy and less overall exposure of your body to children and to other groups of people in public. They want it to be more of a private thing when you do things in the bedroom, regardless of whether they approve of that or not. And I think that's an important divide to realize. Anyway, can't wait for one of your other subscribers to come up and give some serious copium.
Well, speaking of that, real quick, Jeremy, Mike wanted me to ask you how many children are sexually assaulted by faculty and staff each year, as opposed to members of the LGBTQ community.
Well, I don't have an exact number. Why do you think that every one of them is assaulted by straight people? Or I know where he's going, and I've said this many times on the program myself, is that your child, if you're concerned about your child being harmed, your child is infinitely more in danger of being harmed by a straight person than somebody who is a member of the LGBTQ community. Like he's mentioned, the staff, coaches, your priest. I mean, it's straight people that are the ones that are abusing kids. It's not folks from this community. It's the people you normally leave your kids around. The daycare center, the doctors, assaulting Olympic staff. I mean, it's straight people. Them the ones that are abusing kids. It's not the LGBTQ community. That's only when you look at it from numbers, as from a total rather than from per capita. They've actually done studies on this, and there are actually a larger percentage of the community that are gay that are in jail for pedophilic acts than there are members of the straight community.
Send me what you got, because I ain't never heard of that before. Send me that study. I got to move it on, Jeremy. Thank you.
Have a good one.
You too. I have never heard of that. I have never heard of that before in my life, so I'd like to see what he has. T2 says, you're cool. I know I give stuff. Thank you, T2. Thanks for letting me express my opinion. MAGA for life with me, peace and love. That is the words of Don Cornelius used to end Soul Train by saying peace and love. Thank you, T2, for your support. MAGA for life. So are you suggesting that MAGA is going to continue on after Trump, or Trump's going to go for a third term? All right, anyway, going back to the program, I care as much about that rainbow flag as I do about the stars and bars. We are in America. Feel free. Don't fly it higher than the U.S. flag, and we have no problems. Well, you know, and that's my thing is this. People pick and choose what they have issues with. Now, I was also talking about the immigrant, the woman who committed embezzlement 24 years ago, and they tried to deport her. And folks are, telling me, well, look, you commit a crime, you got to go. Here's the problem. Trump is Trump is pardoning folks that are committing all kinds of white-collar crimes that are into millions of dollars. He's pardoning gangbangers and murderers and all of this shit. But all of a sudden, when it comes to immigrants, well, you kind of was driving without a license back in 1997, so you got to go. Do you not see the hypocrisy? Do you not see how, compared to the people he is pardoning, these folks should be getting a slap on the wrist. It would be different if he truly was a law and order president. And look, I'm not going to tolerate it from my own people. I damn sure ain't going to tolerate it from illegal immigrants or even green card holders. But he's pardoning everybody. He doesn't fit the narrative of this. Not to mention he has multiple felonies himself. But he's targeting immigrants, suggesting that they should be perfect. He's pardoned some of these folks he has pardoned have went on to commit more crimes. What is one of the rappers he pardoned? Kodak Black, I think his name is. That guy's dealing with multiple felonies right now again. He got pardoned from Trump. He's a prohibited possessor. He was caught with a firearm. He's dealing with more felonies now. One of the January 6th participants ended up being killed by cops, caught in the midst of committing crimes. But yet when it comes to the immigrants, they got to be all perfect and shit. That just doesn't make much sense. Anyway, looking in the comments, you could pick up that pen at any minute, every day, and do something for the working class with an executive order. Depends on who you ask. Let me go back to the box. I'm going to ask that you tap the screen. We should have been around about 20,000 by now. We got 200 plus in here. Tap the screen, get the likes up to about 20,000. We'll take the next caller at that. I see Gen X is going ape shit because it promotes fucking degeneracy. He's talking about the LGBTQ merchandise in Target, saying that it promotes degeneracy and things like that. I saw a few of his opinions that were coming in there. They're trying to normalize degenerate and disgusting behavior. Well, whether it's disgusting or not, that's up to each individual's taste. Some folks believe that heterosexual activities are disgusting. So that's up to your own personal opinion. Embezzlement is not driving without a license. It's 24 years ago, Gen X. 24 years ago. This man is pardoning murderers. Larry Hoover, the guy he just pardoned the other day, that guy has 6 murders on his sheet. He gave him a federal pardon. I don't want to hear about embezzlement. I think you just pardoned a dude with 6 murders, really? Alice Marie Johnson, a black woman, was appointed pardon czar by President Trump. She makes the pardon recognitions to Trump. Doesn't matter who makes them. He signs them. This is one of the benefits that Trump has always been able to enjoy. I'll appoint you to do a job, and even though I gave you that position, if you fuck up, you get the blame and I get to say, well, you did it. You're the one that's appointing these people to these jobs. I don't know how he's been able to get this benefit that no one else should, but in fact, if you are HR, if you're hiring people who are fucking up, at some point it's supposed to reflect on you. But Trump has this sort of shield around him, whereas he can make bad appointments, and if the people fuck up, they're the ones that get blamed, and he just gets to say, well, I guess they screwed up. That doesn't make it. You're going to point out the board, you're going to point out the pardon czar and not the guy who gave her the job. The pardon czar lady isn't telling Trump to pardon reality TV stars. Yeah, and I don't believe, Trump is doing some of that stuff on his own, such as the woman the mother who paid $1 million to sit down and have dinner with Trump, and all of a sudden her son gets pardoned. That ain't got nothing to do with the pardon czar. Trump is selling those damn pardons. Are we at 20,000? I'll take the next call at 20,000. Tap the damn screen, get the lights up. Solid minute of tapping will do that. Happy Sin Month. We're talking about why does MAGA have such an issue with Pride Month? What is it about Pride Month that MAGA seems to have an issue with? What is it about the LGBTQ community in general that MAGA has a problem with? It just anywhere LGBTQ individuals show up, if MAGA's in the same location, they're not gonna like it. And I'm trying to get from you for what is the problem? You don't have to be with a guy, or as a girl, you don't have to be with another girl. Why do you care who person A is sleeping with? If you're not related to or friends with person A, why does it matter? Gangsta Grandma says they're hating. Going back to the box, a lot of lazy ass thumbs in here. We should be around 20,000 on the likes. We'll continue on with Ronald Franklin. Did I just hear Trump give out pardons? Did they not tell you what Biden did for his son? Let me respond to that. Hang on a second, Ronald. There's only so long you can keep using the fact that Biden pardoned his son. It's kind of like with Israel. There's only so long you can keep bringing up October 7th. At some point, you're starting to do some wild shit. I mean, how many people can Trump pardon and keep bringing up? Well, Biden pardoned his son. Does that give you the justification to just pardon people indefinitely because Biden pardoned his son? Is that what we're getting at? Ronald, good evening. Ronald, are you there? I don't know if I lost my caller. We'll give it a second. He could have picked someone better. Yeah, I mean, Trump is only in his fifth month, I think. Is it month 5? He's coming up on month 5. What did we see? February, March, April, May. Yeah. June 20th will be his 5th month. He has 3.5 years to go. If he's done this much in terms of pardons already in his 5th month, are we going to still be talking about Biden pardoned his son 2 years from now after all? Trump is moving at the speed of light. There's only so much you can keep bringing up Biden pardoned his son. Let me try it again. I don't know what's going on with the box. Let me try it with my next caller. We'll bring up the one and only Mike. Good evening, Mike. We got 3.5 more years. Yeah, we do. We certainly do. Mike, good evening. Stevie D, you making it clear in the comments on Trump 2024. Mike, good evening.
What's going on, Tim?
Not much at all. You see what's on the screen there. Why is it that the MAGA side of the aisle, the Trump community, have such a major issue with Pride Month?
Well, because the MAGA evangelical Christian base likes it that way. He wouldn't have their support if he didn't take the position that he's taking, right? That's just the bottom line. Even when he held that flag up, he didn't say much about it, and he moved on after it. And then everything that he's done has been to completely attack that community. So it's all for show for him. He's just trying to keep that evangelical base and the hatred that a lot of people feel for that community. Period. It's not even complicated. Like all that shit Jeremy was sitting up here spewing, that is completely false. As if people are,
He actually said that per capita there are more children abused by the LGBTQ community than straight people.
Yeah, he's a liar. And again, he's a complete liar. There is not a study out there. I know he's still listening. Jeremy, find that study you said exists. Find that study.
I want to see it too, because I would owe some people an apology. I've never heard of that. I'd like to see that.
It doesn't exist, Tim. It doesn't exist. You know why we know it doesn't exist? It's in the same place as the video of the Haitians eating cats and dogs. It's in the same place as all of these accusations over the last 8-9 years. They never produced this shit. And then they get people like Jeremy to repeat it, and he's completely wrong.
Well, I will say this. I'll try to see if I can defend him in some way. And when we're talking about the Catholic Church, for instance, all of these priests that were abusing young boys, even though they didn't refer to themselves as part of the LGBTQ community or acknowledge it, I mean, if you're a male priest and you're abusing a young boy, you would qualify as a member of that community doing that.
Well, if you would have to. Well, yes. Well, no, I'm not going to say that. I'm not going to say that because you're talking about a predator, right? You're talking about a predator.
Yeah, but you're a same-sex predator.
No, I get that, but by using that analogy, now you demonize homosexual behavior by predatory behavior, and they're not the same. I understand what you're saying.
Yeah.
Because that's just another way to allow them to demonize the shit. You understand what I'm saying? But they never approach the Catholic priests or any of these priests. They never talk about the 89% of cisgender white men that are being convicted of assaulting these children in school. 89% are cisgender white men, right? Yeah. So, but they don't talk about that. They talk about a percentage that they can't even substantiate. Jeremy's talking about people running around butt-ass naked, right? But guess what? The guy that he supports, his wife, has been all over the world butt-ass naked. What are we talking about here?
Well, in his defense, and Sapper, thank you for the subscription there. I want to say thank you to Sapper. Well, in Jeremy's defense, even though Melania Trump has been, photographed many places nude, it has been kept in adult confines. She's not walking down the street. It's not in children's books. I mean, she did it, but it was at an adult level. He's suggesting that the LGBTQ community shows nudity to children.
But and he's lying. That's what I'm saying. He's lying. And if you go online and just type Melania Trump nudity, are you going to find any images right now?
Probably not. I think Google took him down under Trump. You used to be able to.
This is a lawful permanent.
Hang on a second. I don't know what just started here, but you used to be able to. I think that, let me just say, I think Google took them down. I mean, we know they're out there, though, because the internet is forever. So we know they're out there. But I think
they're out there.
Huh?
They're out there. They're out there. They're out there. Go ahead and type it. You're going to see something blurred out.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, they're out there. Yeah, they definitely are out there.
Okay, exactly. So how are they protected from children now? All they got to do is Google it. What are we talking about, Tim?
Yes.
What are we talking about? Right? We're talking about demonizing people for their own narrative. And if you want to find some information about the LGBTQ community, Google it and see that there are 1 out of every 4 are likely to be assaulted. Yeah. 1 in 4. Okay, so as we're having this conversation, 1 in 4 being, but you can't find the same report that says they've hurt or assaulted anybody. I'm not saying that they haven't. I'm saying that the numbers in the bullshit is bullshit. That's what I'm saying.
Well, what about the notion that if you expose children to the antics of this community, it increases the likelihood that they too one day will become a member of the community themselves?
Well, I don't believe that. But if they're using that logic, then everything that children are exposed to, they have to use the same logic. So as these kids are playing GTA, are we saying that they're more likely to be criminals? Are they more likely to steal vehicles because they play these violent games? Is that what we're saying? If that's what we're saying, then use that same premise. But even that, the numbers, comparatively speaking, are minuscule.
Yeah, but I think the reason you hear this is because there are far more children identifying as members of the LGBTQ community now than maybe 10, 15, or 20 years ago. And the exposure to that community is much greater now than it was back then.
Because at some point, they felt comfortable being in their own skin, which is why we're seeing more of it. It's not like it wasn't around, Tim. We grew up and homosexuality was demonized. We grew up vilifying homosexuality through the church, publicly, privately. So now all of a sudden they're feeling comfortable in their own skin, and we have a problem. Is that what we're trying to say right now? We have a problem. It's about as real as an issue as South Africans being persecuted over in South Africa. It's about that real.
I don't know. I think there's a little bit more. I think this issue even though I don't think it's legit, just like you don't think it's legit, but I think it has a little bit more legitimacy than the South. The South Afrikaners dealing with genocide is a complete non-issue. I do believe that if you, I guess I'll say if you make it acceptable, if you normalize the LGBTQ community, I do believe you might have a slight increase or slight uptick of children, becoming LGBT. Not much. I don't think it's much. But comparing it to the South Afrikaners, there is no genocide going on with white South Afrikaners. That is patently false. That is not happening.
Well, and what else is patently false? And this is just my opinion on it. We've been around homosexuality our entire lives. I don't think it's ever swayed my position. Right? I don't think it's ever changed the way I see. It's bullshit, Tim. It's just a smokescreen for them to attack these other marginalized communities and make this a thing that's not a thing. See, because we're having this conversation right now, but we're not having the conversation about Elon Musk calling the spending bill disgusting and an abomination. That's what we should be talking about. We should be talking about how Elon Musk is talking about primarying those Republicans that voted for this.
But does Elon Musk, if you lean left, okay, Elon Musk was part of a lot of the things that the left did not agree with. Now that he is gone from the Trump administration, and he might be saying things that are slightly critical of the Trump administration, we're going to suddenly start quoting that stuff? Has Elon Musk suddenly gained credibility with the left?
No, I'm not saying that at all. And I've told you this before. A broken watch is right twice a day. When he makes a statement about that, see, this is all self-preservation for him, but it doesn't make him wrong in that particular
self-preservation for the world's richest man? What do you mean he's gonna be fine. What do you mean self-preservation?
Because he's trying to, because he can't support it. He's out of the way right now. He's saying that for a reason, Tim. Don't think that it's just because he's a leftist or Democrat. I'm not saying that at all. But what he is saying about the congressional spending bill, which is factual, it's bullshit. But we knew that it was going to end this way. We knew that there wasn't going to be an amicable separation between Trump and the Trump administration. Yeah. This is self-preservation.
I think the only thing that Elon Musk would have to ever worry about is the possibility that the Democrats somehow win a supermajority in the midterms, and then they start going after him. The Republicans, unless him and Trump have a real bad falling out or something like that, Elon Musk is going to be fine. Now, if the Democrats win a supermajority, all of the firings, then and my guess is Elon Musk probably violated a law or two, and the Democrats will come up with reasons to get him. But not to mention maybe suicide or something like that. He got infinite money. And also, too, we know Trump is selling assets and things like that. There's everything from insider trading on down. So if the Democrats win, then he has some self-preservation issues. But under Trump, I don't see it.
But why do you think he's starting now, Tim? Why do you think he came out today and said, quote, "This massive, outrageous, pork-filled congressional spending bill is a disgusting abomination," warning that the bill will increase the federal deficit. Shame on those who voted for it. You know you did wrong. You know it. Why would he say that now?
I don't know.
He said that today.
I don't know.
I'm telling you, because he's setting the stage to get his ass out of the way. That's what he's doing. He's setting himself up so he's out of the way, so the focus isn't on him. So your point, what you just said, he's trying to get out of the way. See, if he comes out and says that, the focus isn't on what the fuck he did. It's on what they're doing.
Well, now that Elon Musk has, left Doge and he's no longer part of the Trump administration, he's going to fade out because Trump does so many things from day to day. We obviously got the wars ramping up with Ukraine. Israel hasn't backed off. Trump is always going to say wild shit. Elon is not part of the administration. He's going to fade out of the conversation anyway. Because Trump is always doing something new to talk about. So he's going to fade out no matter what. In fact, by him talking, he injected himself back in the conversation.
Oh, I don't disagree with you, but listen, they don't do this stuff for no reason. He didn't come out and say that. He didn't have to say it at all. Yeah. There's a reason why he said it. There's 100% reason why he said it. And everybody is self-preservation mode right now. You know, I'm going to get back to the topic we were having just a second ago, and I know I switched the topic real quick. When we were growing up, you remember the show Soap?
I never watched it, but I remember it.
You remember this? So it was Soap. It was with Billy Crystal, and Billy Crystal was gay on the show.
I didn't watch it. I know the show though. I never watched it.
This was in the late '70s. This was on Prime. This was on TV.
Yeah.
What about MASH? What about MASH?
Yeah, wore a dress.
When Jamie Farr was playing, so he could get out of the military. I mean, that's why I'm telling you, Tim, all of this bullshit is bullshit. It's not like it hasn't been there. Flip Wilson.
Yeah.
Right? Bosom buddies. I mean, think about and everything I just named was a prime time show.
I think the thing is though, in every case, it was done from a comical aspect. So, you know, when you're talking about a sitcom, it's not designed to take seriously. Certainly, you're talking about dressing up as a woman in MASH to not to be sent to the front lines of combat. But I guess behind the scenes, we know that's a straight man that's just simply dodging the draft, so to speak. So,
but if it was so unacceptable, you don't put something on TV that you don't think will sell. You don't put something on TV that you don't think draws an audience. Those shows that I just named were on for years. Yep, Arsha, Will and Grace, primetime show. I mean, this is not something.
Sometimes issues that people don't accept turn into some of the most hit shows. I mean, you know, sometimes that's what you want to do is push the envelope in ways that people might have had a problem with. So just because they're not accepting it, don't mean you keep it off TV.
But you don't keep stuff on TV that's not getting ratings either, Tim.
True.
They don't just keep shit on TV that's not getting ratings. And I see Cedric saying those are TV shows. You're missing the point, Cedric. You're missing the point. There's nothing on TV that's there not getting ratings, which means people aren't watching, which means people don't connect with it. You're missing the point.
Well, the thing about it is America's kind of founded on, Christianity, man with woman, or man, woman, better yet, God, man, woman, child hierarchy and things like that. But we know deep down there's a whole lot of Americans that do not subscribe to traditional American values. So even though the country is being told this is how you're supposed to do things morally, if you put a television show out there that goes against it, all of the people that are quietly against that type of traditional morality are going to watch that show because they're going to have a lot in common with. Like we said, Will and Grace. I think Ellen DeGeneres came out on her show for a while. She was popular when she did it because even though being LGBTQ was not really accepted publicly, as you pointed out, it was there. You just couldn't come out and say it without backlash. But there were plenty of people that was there. So when they put a show out to address it, you're going to get huge ratings because all them people going to watch it.
But here's the funny part about it, Tim. People say one thing. You know who else was staunchly against homosexuality and all the things? Joe Paterno, Jerry Sandusky. And most of the people that are literally committing these crimes come out and say the same thing. When you think these priests and pastors inside these churches aren't standing in that pulpit with that same bullshit message and turning around and harming children?
Wow.
There's a longer track record of that, but they're not talking about it.
You know, it's interesting you said that because I get a lot of folks that often tell me that secretly behind closed doors there's a hell of a lot of MAGA that enjoys transgender partners. I haven't seen it, but I hear people saying that all the time, that MAGA's publicly anti-trans, but behind closed doors they like that shit.
You damn right. And that's the hypocrisy, but they're messaging because how many people when it comes out, there's a lot of content. There's a lot of content on this internet. There's a lot of content on this internet. You think all those men that are out there producing and watching all this porn aren't MAGA supporters using that same rhetoric? You think all these teachers assaulting these children in school don't stand up and speak against the very act that they're doing? Come on, Tim.
That's a good point.
They're trying to make this a thing to fearmonger because they don't, and it's funny. Everything that MAGA does, everything that they rail against is the thing they're doing. But this isn't new. This goes back to Ronald Reagan. And there's 259 people. And I'm gonna say this, and then I'm gonna drop down. When you go back to look at what Ronald Reagan did with Ali North and what they did with the Contras and bringing Nicaraguans here to train them, right? To train them and bring we're doing back then, and then demonizing the very people they brought to this country, right? Yeah. It hasn't changed, Tim. They've been on the same mission. They've been on the same mission. And everyone is expendable. Barry Seals was expendable. All the people were expendable for the very thing. Ronald Reagan is the biggest smug dealer that this history's ever seen.
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of hypocrisy. Yeah, there's a lot of hypocrisy in the way America has done business from the very beginning. So I don't disagree with that. But Mike, you know what I got to do? Appreciate you coming through. And by the way, folks, there you go. Go ahead and say that shit.
Tap the screen, share the live. Let's get Tim up to 50K. There's 250 people in here. Tim does good work. Let's get up to 50K and make this thing happen in the next 5 minutes. Turn the comments off, Tim, until you get to 50K.
I want to let the people speak, but yeah, I may have to do that. Thanks, Mike. Appreciate it. Tap the screen. He is right. Get the likes up. It helps out the FYP. Helps out, brings more MAGA in. You know my FYP is set for MAGA. You know we are, always have been, always will be MAGA friendly. Nevertheless, we don't block, ban, or censor anyone. So understand when you're on this show, you can be critical of anybody in the comment section up to and including the host. We don't censor. This is an uncensored program, 0 moderators. From day one, been doing this about 4 years or so. We don't block, ban, or censor anyone. If the apps will allow you to say it, so will we. So you can be critical of anyone on the program. If you enjoy uncensored dialogue from all sides of the aisle, and when I say all sides, I mean we go left of Bernie Sanders to I'm having dinner with Q. Everyone gets to speak. If you enjoy that type of dialogue, feel free to follow the program. If you're watching on TikTok or Instagram, we're broadcasting on Instagram Live as well. Or if you're watching live on YouTube right now, give your boy a sub, give your boy a subscription. So looking in the comments, Mike just said something to Stevie D. Give me something I can probably show you the opposite. Real quick, looking in the comments, why do you hate white people? Says Mr. Rats. I would love for you to clarify or elaborate on what has led you to believe that I hate white people. I'd be just curious to know. Let me know what makes you say that, because I got family members that are white. Mother Africa is rising. Okay, I don't know what that means. My dad let the El Salvadorans unalive the president of El Salvador. Ooh. Caller is an idiot. Bush was running the crime in the Reagan White House. Well, Dolan King, that's the same comment I just made about President Trump. Whereas if you are in control, what happens under your watch falls on you. I don't know how this started under the Trump administration, where people can do bad shit that were appointed by the president, and the president gets no blame for it. You're telling me that under the Reagan administration, Bush was responsible for some of the activities my last caller suggested. Well, that doesn't exclude Reagan. Reagan was in charge of the White House. So it doesn't matter what any of the White House players are doing. If he's not disciplining them, if he's not firing folks and putting them in front of Congress and making them testify, then he's in on it. He gets blamed for it. He didn't come out and chastise anybody or punish anybody, so he's in on it. Obama running from behind. I don't quite get what you said. I am white and I hate all MAGA. Damn, maybe. Maybe says I'm white and I hate all MAGA. Why? Why do you hate all MAGA? I'd like to know that. Reagan wasn't in control. He had early onset dementia. Okay, then why the hell, up to Trump, the right seen Reagan as the best president the right has ever had until Trump came along. So you got to get your facts straight. You can't pick and choose when you want to criticize or when you want to celebrate. Are we up to 40,000? We'll go ahead and take the next caller. We'll continue on with Sherbert, good evening. Welcome to the program, Sherbert. Why does the right? Are you there?
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you now. What is up with Pride Month that is working to the ire of the right? Why do they have an issue with Pride Month?
Well, I've noticed that a lot of these people mix up sexuality and sex. And so a lot of times I'm seeing with the drag story hours is that they think that they're doing, strip teases and pole dances in front of these kids. And it's like, that's not at all what's happening. You're making it sexual. Even though it's just, hey, I got this funny costume. Come learn about reading. And so when it comes to Pride Month, they're putting all this, Jeremy very much did this, he's putting sexuality into the event when, yeah, that happens, but we have laws against the public nudity. Get the cops over it. They'll fucking deal with it, but it doesn't mean the whole event shouldn't happen.
Yeah. Well, they're making it sound like nudity among LGBT gatherings is the norm.
Well, I mean, it happens, but the same thing happens at tailgates all the time at football games. You tell me there's no nudity there ever? All the people at the beer tents aren't dressing scantily to get people in? They're just pretending that sexuality doesn't happen all the time in culture. It's just they don't see it because it's the heterosexuality.
Yeah. And I don't disagree, which is why I brought up earlier that you go to a beach on any given hot weekend and, you got chicks walking around, damn near got their nipples out and shit like that, and we're okay with it because the chick is hot. But all of a sudden, in the LGBTQ community, it's suddenly some kind of major issue. So is it an issue just with that community then?
Well, I get called out on this a lot for it, but it's just racism towards a different preference of sexuality. And it's just, that's not what I like, so fuck you, and you're not the same as me. And it's just, it feels a lot like racism, just hatred of the things they don't understand.
So you mean basically homophobia is what you're saying?
Oh, yeah. I mean,
let me ask it to you this way.
You'd be against pride if you weren't homophobic.
Let me ask it to you this way then. Do you think that there are, because we're talking about MAGA and whether, how they feel about Pride Month or, being homophobic in some cases. Do you not think that some MAGA are related to members of this community?
Absolutely. I mean, isn't it a pretty common saying that everyone's got a gay uncle?
Right.
And somewhere in your extended family, there's somebody that's gay. I mean, it's pretty common. This has been known through all of history that there are people that are gay, trans, whatever you want to call it. We've never fit into the set of what they want in the religious and in the, conservative mindset.
So how do you respond to folks who point, because I got somebody here saying, can we have a Veterans Month? How do you respond to folks who would suggest, why do these people need a whole damn month to be honored?
Well, Michael said it best with the statistic of 1 in 4 are assaulted. And so if there's that much violence against this community, they probably need a month to be recognized as, hey, we're human too. Did you hear about the King of the Hill voice actor for John Redcorn?
Yeah, he got shot and killed.
Yeah, it's not that far from me, Tim, and it's pretty sad that when I heard the actual details of the story, his house was burned down in a hate crime. He went to go visit after, found his dead dog in an effigy, and then a guy came up screaming hate slurs at him and shot him, like trying to shoot his husband right there with him, and he pushed him out of the way.
Oh, so he was gay.
Apparently. I didn't know that.
I didn't know that either.
He's just a voice actor. But for them to have such hatred that you're going to burn down a man's house and shoot him, and this is in 2025. So when they say that homophobia and racism and all this shit isn't real anymore, go fuck yourself.
Wow, I did not know that. And I see in the comments, Cedric Haney says you don't need a month. The Democrats are the only ones dedicating entire months to shit.
Off.
He says y'all
can have a month. I am a straight person. Both of my siblings are on different sides of the LGBT spectrum. They're allowed to exist, and this shows that they're allowed to exist. Why do you hate this so much? Nobody is against Veterans Day. Nobody's against all these other things. It's just in celebration that they exist. Why are you such haters? That's my question.
Yeah, that's
Yeah, fucking Gen X is saying that it's depraved and showing allowing for depravity. No,
Yeah.
it's not. It's just letting people exist.
yeah. Gen X certainly had he was on Instagram saying some pretty vile stuff. He really don't like him. He said what?
That's pretty normal for him with his misogyny too. He didn't like women. He doesn't like gay people. He doesn't like anybody.
Wow.
Except for his narrow band of people. And I think that's pretty dumb. I'm cool with pretty much everybody.
Well, I wouldn't say that Gen X doesn't like women. He just believes that men should have a hierarchy over them.
I totally disagree with you with how I've listened to him for probably 5 hours over the time I've known you, Tim. That man does not like women. He likes subservient trad wives.
No. I mean, just because you want a woman to be in a submissive role, that means you hate them?
In his case, I would say so, just by his pure attitude and how he talks about them. But that's my observation. I don't know what I'm talking about, other than it sure feels like he doesn't like women.
Yeah, he doesn't believe women should have the right to vote, and they really should be at home with the kids. Yeah.
That's so dumb. I don't understand the not letting people vote. My twin brother is gay. He's married. He's been married for like 10 years now in Texas.
Well, but
And
he believes
his right to be married.
he believes that the country would be better off if women were not allowed to vote, because he believes women vote based on emotions as opposed to what's best for the country.
Nobody's ever been in a bar fight and got their emotions out. Men are just as emotional, just in a different way. That's so sexist and dumb.
I did a poll though, and you'd be amazed. There was a lot of guys on here that were saying it would be better if women didn't vote.
Yeah, and I don't like any of those people, Tim. I'm allowed to hate MAGA.
You're allowed to hate MAGA.
So this is the thing. They're saying, what rights are you losing? What rights are you losing? They're publicly saying they want to take away women's right to vote. What? What? This is not the land of the free if you're taking away freedoms.
Yeah, and if a woman loses her, you gotta assume if women lose the right to vote, so that only men are voting, they're going to be voting in things that are pro-man. I mean, you're going to start losing other rights because you're not voting.
I mean, this is the same thing, honestly, Tim, is not wanting to do humanitarian efforts with USAID and feeding the rest of the world, even though it's paying our farmers to do it. They just don't like what's not right in front of them. And if it goes against their godly way or their raising, out on the farm or whatever. I grew up in the city. You see all these people all the time. It's not a big deal. And all the people that are really against it, I feel like, are DJ Julio living out in the sticks and not getting to know people.
Well, DJ Julio's a special kind of listener. I think he's tuned in right now. So you have to bring him up to defend himself. Real quick in the comments, Eli P says San Francisco Gay Choir made a song about coming for kids. And, because people say that the LGBTQ community are talking about coming for your kids. There is a song like that out there that says we're coming for your kids. How do you respond to that? Because this is what people are concerned about.
Well, I'm just as concerned with Kanye West's new song. Do you know what I'm talking about?
No.
His new song, I think, was just saying "Hail, Schnazi Man," and then just like all races, him like repeating.
What the hell was that? What was that? You got a cat over there or something?
That's his new song. Oh yeah, I have my cat's talking with me right now.
Oh my God! No, I have not heard Kanye.
If one group makes a ridiculous song, that doesn't mean it's the whole group.
Good point.
Fucking Trump rewrote the national anthem and played it at his rallies, but you're gonna give me shit about one lesbian church group saying they're coming after the kids?
That's a good point. Just because one group out of it, because obviously the LGBT community is million strong. And you raise a good point. Just because a few people got together and made a song doesn't mean they represent the whole gay community. Now, if you see a bunch of gay people riding around all over the different cities playing the song, that would be something different. But you raise a good point.
Totally different.
Yeah, you raise a good point.
I'm getting really tired of these people pulling up the extremes and making that normalized as everyone else.
You'll be amazed.
There are bad actors on every side.
Sherbert, you'll be amazed that once your cat made that sound, how many people in the comments are like, I knew this guy had a cat. I don't know what that means, but...
I've got 3 dogs and 1 cat. I've got pets in my house. Is that a problem to anyone else's situation?
Well, you know, listen, we got a bunch of MAGA alpha males here, so a guy with a cat they expect you to have a pit bull at your crib or a Rottweiler, not a cat.
Man, whatever. I've had cats my entire life. They're nice creatures.
Oh my God! They're saying a guy with a cat makes them gay or party. I don't know. I understand your point. I understand your point.
I think they might be projecting. Never forget the stat that the Grindr app crashed at the Republican National Convention. Never forget that these are the biggest hypocrites ever.
Well, once again, just like with Jeremy, Eli in the comments is saying that the gays are only 3% of the population, yet they're 48% of what he calls kid diddlers. So
that's
48%?
Just to show that's completely his hatred making up numbers. But cool, if you want to believe that, live in your own reality. But I don't ever see anything. It's always the cops. It's always the teachers. It's always the counselors that are fucking with people. And almost rarely is it ever the gay people.
He said 48% of children that are assaulted by gay people. Wow, 48. That's a lot.
That is wrong because it's not 3%. It was like 7, and now that people are feeling more comfortable, it's like 14% of the population is gay. So no, fuck off. You're making shit up.
I'd have to see it because his numbers do sound questionable, but I'm not going to pretend like I have enough on it to counter him. But on its face, I'm like, I'm a little hesitant to believe it. 3%, he said, are gay, and they're responsible for 48% of the sexual assaults on children. That's insanely high if that's the case. But
it's not true, Tim. You're putting out bad information right there, Tim. Don't read out bad stats.
Well, listen.
It was sus when you read it.
Well, it's not that I'm putting out bad stats. I'm just simply reading what somebody stated. I'm making it clear I question it, but
or did you just see stats and read it? Because if you paid for it, I understand a lot more. But that's part of the propaganda.
No, he supported the program.
Just put out there.
He supported the program.
Okay, I'll give you a pass on that one if you paid for it.
All right, appreciate it, Sherbert. Thank you. All right.
Have a good night, Tim.
You too. And he's right. Listen, because people were typing all kinds of shit. I've got 4 cameras aimed at me. Comments are flying all over the place. Instagram, TikTok, and 2 YouTube screens. So I got 4 cameras aimed at me. But yeah, if somebody donates or contributes to the program, it turns my screen a different color. So you absolutely, I don't care if it's 99 cents, it's going to change the screen a different color. So those comments are 100% guaranteed to get read, but the other comments are just all blended in with each other. And I still try to read some of those too, but understand, folks, it's not that I'm ignoring anybody's comment. There are just literally hundreds of comments going by at the same time. There is correlation between having been a victim of child abuse and becoming a homosexual in the future. I believe that is true. That if you are the victim, I believe that I have seen studies that say that if you have been a victim of child abuse, you have a higher likelihood of becoming a member of the LGBTQ community. I have heard that. I'll leave it at that, because I haven't done any scientific study on it my damn self, but I have heard that. And Sheldon, you're telling me I can Google the statistics. I would like to see the statistics that say that the LGBTQ community represent only 3% of the population, but yet 48% of children that are abused by that community. That's a lot. That's a lot. I would have to see that. Let me go back to the box. I'm going to ask that you tap the screen, get me on up to 60,000, and I'll certainly continue on with Gangsta Grandma. I think correlation does not equal causation. True, but... Oh, okay, DJ Julio, good evening.
What's happening?
Not much at all. Good to have you. You got called out, but I'm going to ask you, because you're obviously MAGA as well. What is it about Pride Month that MAGA has such a major issue with?
Because it's celebrating the confused and the traumatized.
Confused?
Listen, we just talked about a lot of there's not a problem with the gays, there's not a problem with the lesbians. We don't agree with their stance, but that's on them, and that's okay. We don't have a problem with the queer. It's the transgender, the ones that are pretending and putting on costumes and confused at what they want to be and who they want to be in this life, and it's making it okay for all of that. And a whole month.
Well, what about Bruce Jenner? What about Caitlyn Jenner, a Trump supporter? You see Caitlyn Jenner as confused?
Clearly, that was a money move.
What do you mean?
He did it for the publicity, 100%.
Caitlyn Jenner is part of the Kardashian family.
I know, Bruce Jenner is definitely part of the Kardashian family. They are all about attention. You answered your own question.
Yeah, I don't know if you already got money. Do you go and literally change your sex to make more money? I don't know. That's a bit much.
I ain't never seen his organ, so I don't know. I don't know that it's been changed.
Oh, you mean post-op? No, I don't think he's had an operation. I don't think that's happened either.
Okay. So he's still physically a man then, yeah?
Well, yeah, I guess so.
So it was all for attention, Tim. Come on, what are the boobs? He gets to play with them all day. Come on.
So
listen. I don't have a problem. I want to be very clear with this. I do not have a problem if you like playing dress up. I don't. I don't have a problem if you're a dude and you like women. Or I don't have a problem if you like men. And I don't care if you're a woman and you like men, or if you like women. I don't care what your sexual preference is. I really don't. I don't want it shoved down my throat, my children's throat, my grandchildren's throat, my friends' children's throat, that this is normal, because being a boy and thinking you're a woman is not normal. Being a woman and thinking you're a man is not normal.
Okay, when you say
that has happened and clicked.
Okay, what I want you to clarify is when you say shove down someone's throat. Explain what does that mean? Shoving something down somebody's throat? Exactly.
Making it a whole month to celebrate people who put on costumes and pretend they're someone else.
So would you assume? Would you
listen? You in America took out an entire indigenous group, and we don't have a month. We don't have Native Americans month. They gave us Columbus Day. And we were beaten. We were unalived.
So
we were all of those things.
So do you see?
How do you get a month just because you put on a dress?
So do you see?
That's not cool.
So being Native American yourself, or part Native American yourself, do you see Columbus Day as shoving the atrocities of the white man down your throat?
I still celebrate it as Columbus Day. It's what it was. It's what it was taught. It's what happened. It's part of the tragedy.
But what? Okay, it's what happened. But what happened was atrocities to your community.
It was.
Okay, so is Columbus Day?
Human beings that were men, knowing there were men and were real men, and women who were women and were real women, fighters, cookers, providers. Yes, but that's not me saying I want to be a girl today, so I put on a bra and a dress. Celebrate me for a month, please. Bullshit.
Well, it ain't just the transgender community. LGBT, or better yet, Pride Month is the whole community. It's not just the transgender part. How do you respond to folks who point out that the level of assaults that this community suffers is one reason why they need to be recognized, which is what Sherbert said, the caller before you, is that these folks are always being victimized. Maybe people need to give them some sort of awareness.
I would say it like this. Before Trump ran for president, he was nowhere in the media. He wasn't getting attacked by anybody. He wasn't getting sued by anybody. If you don't want.
That's not true. That's not true. He was being. He been sued. He's a business mogul. You don't get to Trump's level without being constantly sued. Michael Cohen.
To the level that he's been being sued. I'll rephrase it. Sued at the level he's being sued now, or had been sued in the last.
He's doing more. He's doing more shit now than he was back then.
He's more in the public eye. You don't know that he's doing more shit. You don't know he's running a country. That was about it. And he was speaking against his opposition.
You don't think that man got? You don't think that man under the seal of the White House got more business deals going on now than before he became president?
I don't care. I don't care about all that. My point is simple. Trump, you didn't hear his name very much in the media or anywhere in the world up until he started running for president. You knew who he was. You knew what he did. Blah blah blah. Just like we know what gays and lesbians are. Once you start putting who you are on a platform, me being a DJ, getting into your platform, and clearly speaking against the liberals, doesn't do me well in my business because most of my party is liberal party that I cater to when I DJ. I still love them to death. I still treat them with respect, but they don't throw that shit in my face. Having an entire month for private, I don't even know how to say the word. For shit you do in the bedroom, having a month celebrating the shit you do. We don't have men's month. We don't have.
So let me ask you.
Heterosexual month.
Wait a minute. You don't have a whole month, but you do have Valentine's Day. You do have Sweeties Day. Do you think that Valentine's Day or Sweeties Day is shoving it down your throat, shoving heterosexuality down your throat?
Me and the wife don't participate in that. It's fucking corporate holiday. That's all that is. That's a reason to spend.
Everybody don't participate. Everybody don't participate in Pride Month either.
Yeah, but we don't fucking. Well, I guess they kind of do put Valentine's Day all over the fucking place.
It's everywhere.
That's inclusive. That's inclusive. That's a love holiday.
Oh my! You
hit you with that mix.
Hold on. You even have children in schools, because we used to hand out cards and shit to each other with hearts on them. I mean, you talking about shoving something down kids' throats. We were doing that even in first and second grade. You don't see any shoving that down kids' throats?
It's shoving love down people's throats. I mean, I that's all it is.
So you can't be in a...
I'll back off my defense and say Valentine's Day is a love holiday. I've never heard of Sweeties Day. Don't even know what the fuck that is.
It's in October. Real quick before we continue. The Handsome Conservative. I got some competition out there. I love the name. Says, hey, Handsome, I subscribe to your channel. You are the only one on TikTok I subscribe to. Wow, thank you. Handsome Conservative. I have to bring you up one of these times. So you see Valentine's Day as a love holiday, but it's impossible for Pride Month to be about love?
Pride Month's about, in their minds, it's about love.
Okay.
But the way that you put it up above an American flag, the way you have countries dropping their flags for this flag, it is way more than just a love. It's an idea. LGBTQ is an idea-based movement to make it okay to wear a dress if you're a man. Where it was always okay to wear a dress if you're a man. We don't give a shit. Most conservatives don't give a shit what you do behind your closed doors. But when you start to portray it and show it out to the world and have everybody have to be okay with it, that's no different than the KKK deciding, you know what? They really do have a lot of values in the black community. So now guess what? They're all black now. That's identifying as black.
I don't know where you're going with that.
It's perpetrating something that is nonsensical. That these people really need to sit down and have a conversation.
Okay. Well, let's take it
to why they feel like a boy or a man. Go ahead.
Well, let's take it to a deeper level, because at the end of the day,
I see your team. I see your team saying push back. I'll let you push back.
No, I am pushing back. They just want me to tear you to pieces, and I don't do that. But let's take it a bit further. You got I cannot think of the woman's or the transgender woman's name, but she appeared on the front of a Bud Light can. Now that's clearly an adult beverage, so that's not shoving it down the throat of children. Why the hell did the right have so many problems with that?
Well, let's see. If I sell 1 billion cases of Bud Light with a transgender, well, a man dressed like a woman on a beer can, they're going to have this all over their house. Chances are there's going to be kids in that house.
Oh my, are you for real?
Because it's on cereal box. Because it's on a cereal box. Yeah. Tim, everything you see defines what you believe. Everything that you see. It dictates who you are as a person individually. Let's stop talking about the fucking masses and start looking individually. Everything that you have behind you has led you to be who you are in your life.
So you believe having the beer can in the crib with a transgender person on it defines who you are?
It definitely could. Definitely could.
In what fucking universe?
Dad, they put a man that now says he's a woman on a beer can. It's got to be okay that I feel like a woman. No, you feel like a woman because of something that went on with you. Either you were introduced to female stuff at a young age, or you were in some cases touched.
That's crazy.
There's a lot of reasoning behind it. A lot of reasoning. Reasoning is the key word there.
That's crazy.
Behind the transgender community. I'm not talking about the gays and the lesbians and the queer because they're all the same. If you're gay and lesbian, you're queer. Based on their definitions. No.
I mean, but your explanation of the beer can thing has just got me. I don't even know how to respond.
Okay.
That's insane.
What I'm trying to tell you is subliminal messaging is a real thing. If I put it in front of your eyes all the time and it makes it look okay and everybody's buying it and it's okay, then it's okay. It's not okay to not help people who clearly don't understand biology.
Well, and this is a picture on my monitor of the actual person. I mean, by the way, that looks like a woman. If I wasn't told that.
Absolutely not. That is a total dude.
You know how many ugly bitches that look worse than this dude? I mean, that actually have a vagina. This does not look like a dude. There's no way in hell you would know that was a dude if they didn't tell you.
Let that person pick up their chin. I'll tell you it's a dude.
Oh my God! No way in hell you would know. I mean, there are a lot of
Men don't have an Adam's apple. Men don't have an Adam's apple.
I mean, look, there are.
Let him pick his chin up.
You trying to tell me that some women out there with a little extra testosterone can't have a tougher brow or a little bit of an Adam's apple? There are some actual women. You guys often say that Michelle Obama is a man. This dude looks more like a girl than Michelle Obama does. So I'm telling you, you would not know this.
You heard Michelle Obama's recent slip.
What are you talking about?
Where she said as a black man, I disagree with these things.
Michelle Obama's a woman.
You got the future women of America on your screen. Go ahead and pull up Michelle Obama saying she's a black man. It'll pop right up.
She might have made an accident or a slip of the tongue. That can happen, but
yeah, because Michael forgot that he changed. I get it. Michael forgot he changed. We'll give him a pass.
So you believe that putting this, and by the way, as Sean Herbert pointed out, it was just a specialty print. They didn't even mass produce the cans. They just associated with this person. And that was enough to piss off the right. So they were not even sending out Bud Light cans with the woman's face on it. They just gave her a can with her face on it. And that was enough to make the right go apeshit. I don't see it, Julio. I think it looks like hate to me.
It'll look like whatever you want it to. I look at it as a form of messaging. I look at it as subliminalizing our children, saying that it's cool. That's the way that I see it. That's the opposing view. You asked why we have a problem with it. We have a problem with it because I'm not going to put up a heterosexual flag and start having a heterosexual month.
All right, last one.
I'm not going.
All right, last one before I move it on from you. Target selling rainbow merchandise in their stores. What's the problem with that?
Again, it's praising that to our children.
Where can they show up that you don't have a problem with them?
They can just realize that we don't want it in society.
So in other words, nowhere. If they show up anywhere in society, if they show up anywhere in society, you got a problem with it.
I am okay with you living your life. I'm okay with helping you out in any way possibly I can. I am not okay with you promoting your lifestyle to the masses, to my children, to the kids at school.
So I'm going to ask you once again. I'm going to ask you once again. Where can they show up? Because obviously Bud Light has nothing to do with kids. Where can they show up that you're not? What?
I was just saying, no children were born transgender. That's absolute.
Okay, that's true. But I'm asking you, where can they show up that you're not going to have a problem with them?
What do you mean? Who can show up?
The transgender community, the LGBTQ community, where can they show up? Because obviously on a Bud Light can has nothing to do with shoving down the throats of kids. Where can they show up where you're not going to have a problem with them?
They can show up at any one of their events. I'm just saying, don't promote it on mass TV. Don't put it in the schools. Don't put it on things that we're going to buy for our homes. Because you're going to pay the price. Kid Rock is the only reason Bud Light fucking dropped it.
That's virtually everywhere you're talking about. Don't be around kids. Don't mass produce. I mean, that literally means you got to be.
We want to celebrate life. True or false? Me and you both want to celebrate life.
Are they not alive?
No, just play this with me. Me and you both want to celebrate life, correct?
Yeah.
What is life? Life is a male and a female coming together to create an entire world, the world we live in today.
But you realize how many heterosexuals don't have kids? Some can't have kids.
You can't.
DJ Julio, apparently he got a call or something. We're moving on. I definitely wanted to talk to him more, but he apparently had a call or something. Anyway, moving on with the program. I want to make sure I didn't miss out. I saw Sean Herbert's comment. Tap the screen, by the way, folks. Get the likes on up to about 70,000. Share the live if you will, if you're watching on TikTok. Follow the program if you're watching on Instagram, or if you're on YouTube, feel free to give your boy a subscription. Putin and Netanyahu completely ignored the orange sphincter. That is true. And I want to, in addition to this LGBTQ shit, we had other topics, and I do want to address that. That's the best bold head I've ever seen. All right, okay. Elijah, to get on the calls, you got to either go to TikTok or Instagram. The Handsome Liberal on either one of those platforms will bring you up. In addition to talking about why the MAGA community has such an issue with the transgender community, and like I said, I don't know why that is, but we've heard a few folks give their opinion. I also wanted to point out another story that goes against, because everybody is saying if Trump is defending the border, he's getting, gangbangers and rapists and murders out of this country and, security integrity of the border. Why do liberals have a problem with that? Why do liberals have such a big problem with his immigration agenda if he's trying to make us? I want you to hear a story because I believe this may have some answers on that.
So I want to give you some of the backstory here if you're just joining us. This is a lawful permanent resident of the United States. She's lived here for about 50 years. She went to the Philippines to go visit, and she was on her way back, and she was detained at SeaTac International Airport by, ICE. And one of the holdups here, because we've been following this case throughout the weeks, one of the reasons that they gave us on why she was detained was an embezzlement conviction from 2001. Because of that history, they said that they detained her, but, obviously you had family and friends who were saying that that was, just not fair and that she should not have been.
So this woman here, she was coming back from the Philippines. She's been living in America for 50 years, 50. Came legally, has a green card, has permanent residency. She's been living here for 50 fucking years. She has an embezzlement conviction on her rap sheet from 2001. 24 years ago. I looked it up before doing the live. she ended up having to pay $6,000 in restitution. So chances are there's court costs and other things in that. That's usually how restitution works. It's not just what you're accused of doing. It's usually other costs added into there. $6,000 she had to pay back to the courts in restitution, and she's paid all of that back years ago. She went out of the country, and when she came back earlier this year, under the Trump administration, they detained her with the full intention to deport her as a green card holder for this charge she has on her record from 24 years ago. They were going to deport her for that. Fortunately, she was able to hire an attorney, and the judge ruled that, you can't deport her. The judge ruled in her favor. I forget what he called it. I forgot what he said it was, but she didn't qualify to be deported. But they were fully intending to do that. They had her in custody for 3 months. For 3 months, they were trying to deport her for 3 solid months based on this 24-year-old embezzlement conviction. She's not an illegal immigrant. She's not undocumented. She's not Trinidad Aragua or MS-13. She's 64 years old. So I just want to point this out because when folks suggest that why the hell do people have an issue with Trump trying to secure the border, this has nothing to do with any of that. Rapists and murderers, this has nothing to do with any of that. This is just literally making it clear that they're coming up with whatever reason they can to deport you. It doesn't matter what it is or how long it's been. If you can find a reason to deport, do it. And it's also why I'm suggesting that any immigrant that has an asylum claim or they're trying to extend their visa or they're trying to, get permission to stay in America for whatever purpose, and you got a court date coming up, in my opinion, either self-deport and leave America and go back to where you came from, or go on the lam, or literally go on the lam and become a fugitive. Going to court at this point is almost like literally walking into a trap. They're not honoring any of those court dates. You're not going to win your fucking case, period. You're going to lose your case. You're likely to be detained on the spot, and then they're going to eventually deport you. I don't know why these folks keep showing up to these damn court dates. Like, why are you even going? It's not going to be a fair hearing or any of that. They're going to hold you in custody until they can kick you out. So I don't understand why they're continuing to go to these court dates at this point, because they literally have ICE and immigration officials sitting there in plain clothes and shit, waiting for you to come out of the courtroom so they can arrest you. Why even go to that shit? Continuing on with the program though, Gangsta Grandma, deport illegal aliens come to America in the point of entry.
I got something to say. Okay? I got something to say to you and to your racist ass bitch that's right there in the comments, okay? Yeah. And his little homophobic ass, okay?
Who are you talking about?
Sit down to you.
Who are you talking about?
Your little bitch that you had on before. Oh, they're trying to change our kids. Oh, man, wearing judge, bitch. You could wear a judge, bitch, with your ugly ass.
You talking about DJ Julio?
You like to be bent over, bitch. You like to be bent over. Your wife fucks you in the ass, too.
Are you talking about my last caller, DJ Julio?
Yes. He's a homophobic ass twit. That's what he is. He said, oh, transgenders are trying to change the kids and all that. And they're not born that way. For one, let's get educated real quick. Transgenders are born that way. They are trans kids, bitch. And what? Okay?
But wait a minute,
fucking ass kids.
But Gangsta Grandma, now I know you're going to chastise me for saying this as well, but do you're okay with letting a child transition to the other gender? You got a 7 or 8 year old.
Let me break this shit down to you again. You sound ignorant as fucking hell. Okay, you sound fucking ignorant, okay? They don't transition, you stupid fuck. You know what they do? They social transition. They social. They dress like a little boy or a little girl. They can do that, okay?
Well, let
they
me
can.
let me clear up something.
They don't do no medical shit.
Let me clear up
Hey,
something.
don't talk on me.
Okay.
I have a trans son, bitch, and I know what I'm fucking talking
Okay, well,
about. Okay?
well, why are you throwing the expletives and insults around? Let me clear up something. I don't sound ignorant. I am ignorant on this. I don't have any transgender people around me.
Don't talk on it. Don't talk on it. Because you're over here letting them motherfuckers, you're letting them motherfuckers have all the say. Say, oh, they're trying to change your kids. They're trying to, no, they're not. They want acceptance. There are trans kids that are in high school. There are trans kids that are in middle school. There are trans kids in elementary. They just want to be accepted. They just want to go to the bathroom.
So
They
you're
don't want to your fucking kid. They don't want to change your kid. You cannot change a kid to be gay. You cannot change a kid to be a lesbian. You cannot change a kid to be bisexual. It's in our fucking blood.
so how do you
Stupid fuck.
how do you respond to folks who point out that there is a correlation to children being abused early in life and then becoming lesbian or gay?
That is a small percentage.
But
Let me tell you something, bitch. I like pussy and I like dick. My mama and my daddy was fucking heterosexual. I didn't have nobody around me that showed me to eat coochie. Man, I grew up 5, 6 years old. Damn, that bitch is fine. I like titties. Okay?
but
I was born that way. I love titties and I like dangling. Okay?
but you went from you can't change a kid to that's a small community, so you are admitting it can't happen.
No. When they have been abused, that's a whole different ball game. Okay? They don't want to be touched by the other sex. That's something totally different than changing somebody.
So
Sexual abuse is totally different than going to the fucking school and say, hey, bitch, I want you to be gay with me. You stupid ass.
so under certain circumstances, albeit sexual assault, you can change your kids, what you're admitting.
You can't. Oh, my fucking God. You're dumb.
You just
You're
said it.
ignorant. You're dumb. No, that's not changing a... Oh, my fucking God. Wait. I swear to God, Tim. I swear to God, fucking God. I gotta rub a blunt with you because you sound stupid as fucking hell. I didn't say change a kid.
I'm learning.
When somebody's sexually assaulted, dipshit,
I'm
they don't want to be touched by a man. You understand that? They don't. So they might go turn and say, you know what, I want to be with a woman.
so
Okay?
Okay.
That's not changing somebody like that.
Well, I'm learning as I go along. I'm admitting I'm ignorant on this topic, so I'm trying to now.
You're ignorant, so don't talk on it. Because you're letting them spew homophobic shit. You're letting them spew hate and stuff. Saying that trans people are trying to turn your kids into something else when they're not. All they fucking want is to be treated with respect. All they want is to be saying, you know what, we're here. That's all. They don't want your stupid ass.
You're saying that I'm letting them spew hate. I got folks in the comments that say you. I got folks in the comments. I got folks in the comments that suggest you sound hateful than they do.
Hateful for what?
The worst.
I'm not hateful. I'm just calling out the racist. I'm calling out the transphobic. And I'm calling out the homophobic. Because you know what? Because they don't want us to have they don't want us to celebrate Pride. They're putting it and they're sexualizing it. Saying, oh, it's what we're doing in the bathroom. No, it's not. We're doing it because we love each other. Godly, damn, mind your business. You don't want to go to a gay event, then don't go.
Well,
Hell.
I think it might be what
And
you.
you know what? Let me tell you something. Don't worry about us. Don't worry about us touching your kids. Honey, it's the straight white men that's raping us. It's the straight white man that's fucking killing your kids. It's the straight white men that are hurting your babies, okay? It's not us. It's not us. No. I'm bisexual, okay? I would never hurt a little girl. I'm not trying to turn them in and turn them out. Fuck, I got grown-ass chocolate fucking women, bitch. And what? I got them climbing up the fucking walls. I don't need to turn a little girl out.
Well,
That's you. It's your cis-ass men that are doing it. It's you guys that are raping us and doing everything else and having your men, marrying little girls and shit. What the fuck?
What about what? Wait, okay. What about the notion that it goes against the teachings of the Bible?
The teaching of the Bible? Are you fucking serious? Are you fucking saying the white nationalists is saying that? Are you saying this isn't a Christian nation? Pookie, Ray Rays, gumdrops, they're not. This is not. That's why I call it church. Like, you know, the church and the state has to be separate. Yes. No. We're not a Christian nation. No, we're not.
Well, I mean,
You know what? If Jesus was here today, if Jesus was fucking here today, he would be voting blue. Because you know why? Because the white nationalists, it goes against everything that Jesus was talking about. Jesus says, love thy neighbor. Jesus says, love everybody. One sin is no greater than the fucking next sin. That is what the God teaches us.
but when you say,
Don't bring God up in this bitch, honey.
but when you say that Jesus loved everyone, is there no language like Sodom and Gomorrah? Is there no language chastising homosexuality?
You know, with little stories in the Bible. Are you really listening to little stories in the Bible? Are you really going to go there? Are you really?
I'm just asking.
You don't even know the fucking Bible. You say you're not even a Christian. So don't talk about something you don't even know.
I'm just trying to ask.
I tell you not talking about LGBTQT and shit because all you are. And that's the old fucking damn Testament anyway. We're not even in the Old Testament, honey. We're Christians. We're supposed to be in the New Testament.
And no reply in the comments says Jesus did not love everyone.
That's not true. That's not true. Because God says in the Bible, you love thy neighbor. God says you accept all immigrants. God says you feed everybody. God says if you deny anybody food, you're denying me food. If you deny me clothes, you're denying me clothes. You deny immigrants clothes, you're denying me clothes. It's Matthew 25, bitch. Read it up.
How about this one? Lilo in the comments says, listen, he understands when he comes. He says, keep your sexuality your own business. In other words, as Julio said, you're shoving this stuff down everybody's throat.
Who is shoving what? Because we having Pride Month? What, we're celebrating who we want to love? Hell, look what we have. You have 16 pregnant with girls on the damn TV show. You guys are shoving that down our fucking throats. Crazy 16-year-old kids having fucking knocked the fuck up, right? Every damn TV show is a man and a woman kissing. You're shoving that down our fucking throats, right? Right? Every damn show, every damn movie, there's sex in it. They ain't going to coochie, right? Right? Oh my fucking God! You should do women down there. Your dicks will get hard, bitch. And what?
Yeah, but
one fucking month we get 1 fucking month. We don't even do shit out in public. Because if I fuck a woman in public, then all your dicks will get hard, okay? Let's not go there. But let me tell you something. We don't do that out in public. Unlike you cis people do.
well,
Walking down, you're like, yeah, prostitute is giving you fucking one of your drives. Hey,
well, the
what the fuck?
whole argument is that doing this stuff.
There ain't no fucking argument. They just don't like us because we love who we love, and we're open. And they're and you know what? They're showing the closet, half the fucking straight men like it in the fucking ass. And you know how I know? Because I fuck him in the ass. You know what? I'm into BDSM. That's why I peg him. And you know how much money I get for pegging him? I get thousands of dollars. So let's not go there. Because I know a lot of motherfuckers on TikTok. That is MAGA that's in my inbox right fucking now begging me for it. And I got proof and I got fucking receipts. So don't go there. Don't go there.
Are you pegging a bunch of liberals?
No, do I know? I pegged the white tea man. I cannot stand the mayonnaise looking bitches, but they give me thousands of dollars. 1,500 for 15 minutes. Go fucking figure.
You got my comment section.
Go on my fucking profile, and it says it all in caption, bitch. BDSM. You know what that means? Yes, bitch. And you know the white teen that is? The little maggots that all this up and down. The homophobic and shit. The homophobic, honey, they like it in the ass, bitch. And I tell you, I have 12 inches, 8 inches, 6 inches. And I got receipts. To back my shit up.
You got my audience suggesting that you sound like you're racist towards white men.
Oh my fucking God. I don't like the mayonnaise spoiled bitches that are maggots. the normal white tea people that didn't vote for this lame brain motherfucker that's in the office, I like their asses. Okay? I like the normal white tea people. Okay? Not the maggots.
What?
Because if they want me to ask them in their ass, I don't like their asses.
What is the difference in your opinion between a normal white person and MAGA?
Really?
You said it.
The normal white person are all allies. Okay? The normal white person are all allies. They know what's racist. They know that he is. They know what they're trying to do. That's our homies. That is our allies. The maggots, the spoiled mayonnaise, the ones that put raisins in their potato salad, that like to bend over for a woman and get it in the ass, that's the maggots I can't stand. Hallelujah.
So you can.
And there's a couple of them, and let me break this shit down, and motherfucker better not come to me, I promise you, I'll show Chip everything. I promise you, there's two of them on your live that comes up here spitting hatred and shit. And you know what they is? They're in my inbox. And you know what they say? One of them is so goddamn poor, they used to count half food. Can you do $300 for 10 minutes? And you know what I said? Fuck no. It's 1,000 for 15.
You're making a lot of money doing it. You sound like you're making a lot of money.
Yep.
And you're. Are you? Wait, hold on. Hang on a second, Gangster Grandma. People are going to want to know: Are you bullshitting me? Are you suggesting that you're pegging?
Do I sound like I go on my page? It says BGSM with fucking hearts. You know what that means? I'm in that lifestyle. You know what I mean? I'm a dominatrix. I'm a mistress. You feel what I'm saying?
I didn't.
Yes. I'm in that life. Why do I have to lie to kick it? Why do I gotta lie to kick it? I got two of the motherfuckers that are in your life every day. They spread their hatred. Now I talk. Cheap as fucking hell. And $300. $300. No, I ain't gonna touch you with a 10 foot for my dog's dick. Nope.
Wow.
Nope.
All right, Gangster Grandma. You don't turn the whole. You don't.
I don't touch him. I don't touch him. My dang lady do though. My plastic one ain't never fails me.
You don't.
So please, all the homophobic ass maggots that over here saying they wish they was like us. They wish we could go out there and we could love who we fucking want to love, and we kiss who the fuck we want to kiss. And there's like a trans man wants to be with another trans man, they so be it. If a trans people want to live and exist and want to love who they are, let them do it. They don't give two fucks about the straight people. The straight people more worried about what we're doing. But you know what thing is? They really do need to quit touching our kids. That's the straight people. And if you get the pedophiles and shit out, that's the straight people. Show me a statistic that we touch them more than the straight white man do. Show me. And you know what? Let me tell you something. They gotta go roll up because you got all my fucking damn girls, because you spilling the hatred. You let them spill the hatred. I will show fucking receipts. I will have my other fucking phone, and I will show, and I will dox motherfuckers.
Well, there's always next time. Gangster Grandma, I gotta move it on though.
I will. You know what? And I will cover. I won't expose what the addresses and stuff is, but I'll expose the phone numbers, and I'll expose how much they wanted me to do, and you'll see what I said. And they're the same motherfuckers that say that they don't like it in the booty, and they don't like gay men, and they don't like this, they don't like that, but yet they want to pay me. They want to pay this woman.
I gotta go. All right, moving on with the program. Wow. Gangster Grandma never disappoints. She always turns the show on its head, but that was even more so than what we normally deal with. Wow. I don't even know what to say on that. That was, wow. I'll just say that. Gangster Grandma, wow. All right, moving on while I collect my thoughts. After that last call, I think it says DJ DB Mike. Is that what that says? I tried to bring on one of my guests on Instagram. It's not letting me bring them up. I'm too young to hear this, says Gerald MC. I think I'm too young to hear it too. And I'm in my 50s. She was in rare form today, says Travelman. Yeah, she comes hard. She comes harder than anybody else on this show. God damn. Didn't Cal. Appreciate the underwater coral. Thank you. Gas just stopped feeding the troll. Let his dumbass just scream into the ether. I know what that comment is referring to, but we'll continue on. God called. He wants his rainbow back. Huh? Okay. And DB Mike, I tried to bring you up, and the show did not, TikTok or better yet, Instagram didn't let me bring you up. We'll continue on with Andy. Good evening, Andy. Welcome to the show. That was it. That was interesting. That's all I'll say. Andy, bring us home. Good evening.
Hello.
Hey.
First of all, Pride is about the fact that they had to live in hiding pretty much due to the bad behavior of people. And if we go look at who commits the most crimes against children, it is heterosexual men. Every day, all day. There are statistics to prove that's true. No, there are statistics on that, and it's heterosexual men.
Well, speaking of statistics, I had a viewer suggest that only 3% of the population is part of the LGBTQ community, and 46% of the assaults against children come from that community.
Oh, I want to know where they got that lie from, because all of that's a lie. Because realistically, the more accepted we are, the more people come out. The only reason there's been an influx of people coming out and admitting it is because we're not unaliving them. Because if we go back and look at the days of Matthew Shepard, which wasn't that long ago in America, if you said you were a confirmed bachelor, you were pretty much hunted by the police, by other Americans, treated badly, ostracized.
But you don't see MAGA as wanting
like that didn't happen in America.
But you don't see MAGA as wanting to do nothing like that, do you?
They still do it now, even though we've passed laws to protect people. If MAGA had their way, we would bring back the ugly laws, even though half of them would have to stay in the damn house. I'm just saying. They hate things they can't control. That's what the whole name of the game is. They liked it just fine when they could control them and tell them where they could go and what they could do, who they could talk to, and how much they could be seen. But reality is that we're not making children LGBTQIA+. They're born that way. Science has proven that. But MAGA has a very, very
so you believe it,
and I'm pretty sure they failed in anatomy and biology.
So you believe you can be born sort of in the wrong body from life. And by the way, Trucker Man, thank you for the hat and mustache.
No, I don't believe it. Science has proven it. It's not what I believe, it's what science can prove. And science has proven that to be a fact. It has to do with the hormones that go into the woman's body during pregnancy and when. And if you look at science, it can show you the brain of a trans person, and that brain will match the body they claim they are, even if their physical body doesn't say so. So there's actual science. I don't know why you keep sitting up here acting like this is some guesstimation. It's not. We've done the research. It's back. You know, it is a fact.
Well, it's because
it's agreed to be who they are in America for being condemned by those who don't understand and want to religiously persecute them when the United States does not have a religion. And if you don't believe that, you can read the Treaty of Tripoli that was still written while our forefathers were alive, where it states we have no religion in this country.
Well, it's because, as I stated to my last caller, I'm ignorant on this topic. So I just wanted to hear from the folks because I don't know a lot about this topic. But
well, please read up on the studies because this is scientific. Children are not forced into a sexuality. They are born that way. It's just a fact.
So you can.
And the more y'all keep resisting it, and it is so frustrating to me, especially since I think it's because men are trying to distance themselves from being the number one committer of these crimes. Because let's talk about the children. Why is it the church has to have SA insurance?
That's terrible. Is that true?
They do. Yeah, that's true.
That's terrible. I've never heard that
Churches
before.
and schools, the only place that have it. Wonder why.
Jeez, I've never heard that before. A church has to have sexual assault insurance.
The Southern Baptists are the worst for committing that sin.
Yeah, that's terrible. T2 in the comments says, Lord, Grandma is crazy. That's all I got my first experience with her. Grandma, Gangsta Grandma is her own.
Grandma's not crazy. She's just passionate. She's not said anything different than I have. She just said it in a different way. And the fact that y'all are so intolerant of the way people speak, so much for the First Amendment. You got to say it a certain way, or Republicans won't allow you to say it. God forbid.
Well, you know you get to speak your case here no matter what, because she certainly was calling me every name in the damn book, and I didn't shorten her time at all. So I do believe in uncensored speech. And, for folks who talk about...
Hello, DJ, my name is Andy, with an A-N-D-I. Don't call me anything other than my name. Children are born that way. We don't make them that way. And that was one beer can meant for her that never went on sale for the general public. When you saw Kid Rock out with that can, all y'all did was call attention to the fact that she got the can. It was only for her. She made one TikTok about it, and you all lost your ever-loving minds about it.
Well, let me say this before we continue on, Andy, because I thought...
we start telling corporations what to do?
We've always done that kind of, haven't we?
Well, then, by God, then they don't deserve a tax cut, do they?
Different argument. Yeah, you're taking it to a different level. I don't know where to go with that. But I want to read a comment.
Well, no, I'm just showing how MAGA is hypocritical as hell.
Fair enough. Kyle T. Johnson in the comments says, Trump ain't bullshit. He says, Tim, gangster grandma should be making you feel a lot better with some castor oil. Let me know how you're doing. LOL, oh my God. Did you hear some of the stuff she was saying, though?
Well, first of all, a man stands up to you, and it's not, like, I'm not going to police her for the way she talks.
Okay.
I'm not up here to talk about her.
All right.
I'm up here to talk about the issue at hand. The fact that y'all policing women out on this app is another damn problem. Y'all don't have anything to say when something misogynistic is said to a woman at all.
Well, I don't police her.
It is the definition of falling on deaf ears. I have never seen a man from the right in the comments say anything to defend a woman whatsoever, anytime, ever.
So what are you saying, that the right has a problem with women?
The right has a problem with any kind of accountability for themselves either.
Elaborate. What do you mean by that?
I love the way they talk out of both sides of their damn mouth.
All right, fair enough. All right, well, I want to move on to a different topic because we were also talking. Huh? What'd you say?
It's okay.
Okay. We were also talking about this woman at the age of 64 that they're trying to put out of the country. Well, they were trying. She won in court for an embezzlement charge she had in 2001. Now, what do you think Trump's immigration agenda is about? Because he started out by telling us it was about rapists and murderers. Huh?
It's about cruelty. Cruelty is the point. But then again, Donald Trump, once again, in the hypocrisy of it all, Donald Trump just let in, 17 members of the Sinaloa crime family?
I heard of. Well, is that actually true, though? I heard that, but
Yeah, Mexican officials have said it's true. There's actually footage at the border. So Donald Trump just accepted 17 of the it's hypocrisy is the point.
Why would he do that?
Money?
So you're telling me that cartel members purchased their way into the country?
Well, I'm not sure. I think it had something to do with more about, they think they're going to get some kind of information out of them, but regardless, letting in 17 members of the Sinaloa crime family into the United States while saying you're deporting criminals is fucking hypocrisy.
Because I thought I had looked it up and it turned out to be false, but I see here, I see what you're talking about. The AP News says Mexican security chief confirms that it happened. So confirms cartel family members enter USA in a deal with Trump administration. So it does seem apparently it's something he actually did. I would like to know why though. What was the purpose behind this? At least hear what Trump is saying on it.
Well, since Trump's not even admitting to it, I'm sure he's not going to have a good explanation.
That's a good
Not
point.
only that, it's just like the damn South Africans he brought into Alabama, which he lied about, because they are not facing G-side at all.
No, they're not.
Actually, more black farmers are being unalived than white farmers. So he brought them here under false pretenses, and those people are entitled to services because he brought them into the protected status. So tell me why he's bringing in pale people and exploiting brown people under the saying it's crime, but then living in the Sinaloa crime family. How does any of that make sense?
Other than what you might have said, I do believe it doesn't matter what skin color you are. If you speak favorably to Trump, if you have celebrity status, and you can move money, it opens up the door to Trump working with you. Trucker man, thank you for the galaxy there. Thank you, Trucker man, for life. Appreciate that. Thank you. But it does appear because Trump is also pardoning rappers and hip hop artists and things like that too. So it does appear as long as you speak
Oh yeah,
favorable
the
to
people
him.
that paid $1 million,
Yeah.
and then her parents got pardoned. Like, come on, Republicans, wake up! You can't honestly believe any of that's on the up and up. And if you can't believe that at least some of that's dirty, then you're all dirty.
I don't think they care. I think they look at it like this. Trump was a far better president than Kamala Harris or Biden would have ever been. So what? He's not perfect. He makes a few mistakes here and there. I'm just telling you.
How do you figure he's tanked the economy? Biden has at least the economy on the upward swing. My stocks have taken a huge hit thanks to Donald Trump. I don't know what you're talking about, Tim. He's not a better president.
I'm not saying. Hold on. This is not. Hold on. This is not my personal. Hang on, Andy. Hold on. Andy, hold on. This is not my personal view. I'm telling you how folks believe is that Trump has done far more for this country than Biden or Kamala Harris. Therefore, if he makes a mistake here or there, they're willing to overlook that because at the end of the day, the choice was between Trump and Kamala Harris.
Well, I will say to you this, that they're lying to themselves because that's a Christian nationalism point of view, because Donald Trump is not better for the country. He's destroying the economy. And basically when he gets through deporting people, he's going to cause the GDP to go down, because that is the thing. We know that when Ronald Reagan gave amnesty to people in this country, that the GDP went up and so did workers' wages due to the fact that there weren't having to compete. So when we give people amnesty and make them citizens, it actually improves the GDP and the labor workforce, which currently Donald Trump is decimating. Because we were already at an all-time low for unemployment. And then I hear Republicans saying, well, we want to bring jobs here. Who's going to work those jobs? If we're already at an all-time low for unemployment, who's going to work those jobs? And you're deporting part of the workforce. You all make no sense. It's all hypocritical.
I think some of the stuff that you're concerned with, though, is more in the future as opposed to now, because right now people don't feel like the economy has been destroyed.
It's already happening now. No. It's not in the future. If it's taking place as we speak, it's happening now. So the fact that we're deporting the workforce is causing the GDP to go down. This is why Moody downgraded our credit rating and made the interest rate on everything we have to pay go up, and in turn will make loans for Americans higher in interest rates to procure. So it's already happening.
Are you saying right now as we speak the economy has been destroyed?
It's well on its way, yes.
That's in the future. That's what I'm talking about, in the future.
$10 trillion in global wealth since he's taken office. Global. That will not be restored because of the depression of the stock market. Even the stocks that have regained some kind of measure have not gotten back to where they were. That's just lost wealth.
Yeah. I'm not disagreeing that in the future these things could not happen. I'm just simply saying right now, people would have
the stock department has not recovered from what Donald Trump did to it initially. So now we are already feeling the effects, Tim. For the 3 months that those stocks weren't making gains, that they would have otherwise been making gains had he not taken office, that's also lost capital. The money is seeping out and he doesn't give two shits because he's too busy playing king. That's why he's talking about getting rid of the courts. God forbid one other branch of government hold him accountable when they are an equal branch of government. He is not a damn king.
I don't disagree with you that he's trying to greatly expand his power and successfully doing it. That part I agree with. But what I'm saying is people can't afford groceries. People can't afford fuel and pay at the pump. People don't feel the economy the way you're talking about.
Well, currently the ships aren't bringing stuff to America. So how long? Food prices have gone up. You can't tell me they haven't. Go look it up from 3 months ago to today. Food prices are going up regardless of what Donald Trump said. So you're going by what he said versus what is
No,
actually
I'm going by what the prices are.
in America.
No, I'm going by what the
It's
prices are at the
going
store.
up.
I'm going by what the prices are at the store. When I go to buy groceries,
They're going up, yes. No. Go look it up. 3 months ago, they were more expensive than they are today. What do you mean lower prices? Because they're not. Uh, just because Trump says so and his fans say so doesn't mean that's the real truth at the grocery store. It's not. Go look up what I'm saying.
so what you're saying right now in June of 2025, the price of groceries are more than they were under the last days of the Biden administration.
Yes.
I haven't seen it. Okay, I haven't seen it. If you say so, I'd have to look it up, national average, because in my area, I don't think they, I think it's been about the same. I agree with what Paul Bill in the comments is saying they haven't went down. I'll agree with that, but I don't believe they've went up. I don't think the
And so
price.
this is another issue. They seem to think that giving the top 1% a tax cut continues to make jobs, but it doesn't. When you give the top 1% a tax cut, it doesn't put money in the economy. When you give the people a tax cut, it creates more revenue and more cash being spent, which creates more jobs. So the people at the top create more jobs because there's more demand. When people at the bottom have money, there's more demand. And when there's more demand, that's when jobs are created, not the other way around. And according to what I just looked up, prices are currently more expensive than they were under the Biden administration. Since President Biden took office in January 21, food prices, let me see, where'd it go?
I'll agree with you about the trickle down economics. I don't believe in that
The
either.
average price of food in the U.S. has gone up 2.8% in the last 12 months as of April 2025.
All right, Andy. Appreciate you coming through. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right.
Like I said, I don't deal in feelings. I deal in facts.
And that's what we
They're
need.
talking about their feelings. I bother to look things up and see where things actually are instead of listening to Donald Trump or listening to the Democrats or any of that. I bother to look it up. And they would do a whole lot better if they bothered to look shit up instead of going on their feelings. Have a good day, Tim.
Well said. All right, moving on with the program. And by the way, tap the screen, get the likes on up to about, we might be to get 100,000. If you guys tap the screen, let your thumbs not be lazy. Tap the screen, get your man's likes up, show the program some love. Thank you, Kyle T. Johnson. Says science is another form of magic. It's the same concept, and she is wrong. People choose to be gained. People choose. Let me read that again. Same concept as she is wrong. People choose to be gained. People are making a choice. That's the difference that she needs to correct. It's a choice, not science. Now, we were kind of off that topic, but what he is saying is that if you are a member of the LGBTQ community, you're choosing to do that. He doesn't, there's a lot of folks who believe you can be born gay, born trans, born lesbian. And what he is saying is that if you are that way, you are that way by choice. You cannot be born that way. By way of yes or no in the comments, how many of you folks believe you can be born into the LGBTQ community where you know you're gay from birth? You know you are in the wrong gender's body from birth. By way of yes or no in the comments, I'd be curious to see how you guys feel about that. The trans stuff, I'm going to admit I'm so ignorant on this because when we were younger, you didn't really hear about it as much. But the gay thing, I definitely feel like you can be born gay because I know some people who were pretty young and they turned out to be gay. So I definitely believe you can be born gay in my opinion. The trans thing, I didn't hear a lot about that until recently. And I'm going to leave it at that. Gas has been $2.95 for 2 weeks in Virginia, says Pro Bill. Like I said, it hasn't went up. I think people have gotten used to the increase in prices under the Biden administration, and Trump came along and he hasn't corrected that. But I guess because it hasn't gotten worse, people are kind of just letting it be. Let me see here. That's what science says. Oh, Travelman, you also say what my last caller said, that science does say you can be born gay, born LGBTQ. Some folks believe you can't. Some folks do believe you can't. Here's my take on it. And this is where science and religion clash. because religion believes God doesn't make mistakes. I do not describe to that theory whatsoever. People can be born with 10 fingers on one hand. People are born with 2 heads. Humans are born connected to each other. The idea that God doesn't make mistakes doesn't resonate with me, because you see the mistakes all the time where they have to perform surgery on a kid just to maintain life for that child. At birth, God makes mistakes at birth. I just cannot subscribe to the theory that God doesn't make mistakes. But the religious crowd believes that God does not make mistakes. The reason why I'm bringing up God doesn't make mistakes is because if you can be born with 2 heads, 3 legs, 1 finger on a whole hand, why can't you be born gay? Why would you think that out of all the things that can be born that are abnormal with a human being, that sexuality is going to be perfect? I just see it that way. Shelly, appreciate the dinosaur. Thank you very much, Shelly. Thank you. But the idea that sexuality is perfect when human beings are born imperfect every day, you can be born mentally ill, kids with autism and all sorts of other mental illnesses. But when it comes to sexuality, you're born perfect. You're going to like the opposite sex. I'm just simply saying, I see Trucker Man for Life says you just lost me. But just think about what I'm saying, though. Everything about a human being can be born abnormal to what we consider to be normal. You got people born with different color eyes. You can be, you can damn near be white and damn near have a black kid. I mean, you can really, the way humans are born, there is no predictable pattern. There is no predictable pattern is the point I'm trying to get across. Why do we think sexuality is perfect? That all male children are going to grow up to like females and all females are going to automatically like males, when everything else is imperfect. That's all I'm saying. That doesn't seem to make sense to me. You would assume that if human beings are born imperfect or born, I don't even want to say imperfect, because if you like men, you like men. You like women, you like. I don't want to go down the road of saying you're imperfect. I'll just say abnormal or going against the norm that we know. I don't see why that should be that hard to believe. I mean, because like I said, people can be born in some really fucked up situations to the point where a doctor got to operate on them immediately just to save their lives. But yet, when it comes to sexuality, it's always going to be perfect. I don't get that. Johnny says, when we told God to get lost genetic breakdowns occurred. I don't understand what you mean by that. Thank you, Shelly. Shout out. Appreciate that. Let me continue on with the program real quick. I want to make sure I didn't miss anything in the super chats. Maggots reporting false charges on people speak, says Successful MD. Really? Let me know who. Let me know what. Super Call Fusion, thank you for the support, says she's making an uneducated statement. She is entitled to her opinion, but it's false. People making a choice to be gay, it's not science, it's a big choice. That's the difference. Well, listen, I'm going to say, because I'm not gay, I don't know anybody that's trans, but I do know somebody who was gay at a very young age. And I can't speak on the trans because I haven't had any experience with that community, but I do believe that you can be born gay. Here's the best way to look at it, or the best way to go with it. Now, I hear folks saying it is scientific, and I tend to be on that side. I tend to believe it's more scientific, but I will say this. If you know someone that's gay, ask them. Ask them, at what age did you realize you preferred or you were attracted to people of the same sex? Everybody I've asked, as far back as they can remember, they knew very early on. I knew as a 4-year-old I liked tits. I can remember back as young as 4 years old, being in my mom's arms and seeing one of her friends getting dressed and reaching for her, because my mom made jokes on it. So I can remember as far back. that I was attracted to women. And I would suggest doing it. That's one way you can find out right away. Now, if you want to dismiss what the person tell you, then that's something different. You just don't want to hear the truth. But I would suggest ask someone that's gay. At what age did you realize you were attracted to the same sex? My guess is most of them are going to tell you they knew very early on, as far back as they can remember. I don't think people just change and start liking the genitalia of the other side. I do believe it's in terms of the gay community. Like I said, I can't speak for the trans. I don't know anything about it, but I do believe that they know early on. Sound relaxation. Generally, you don't find gay or lesbian in animals. Naturally, in nature, it is more so learned later in life. It can be taught. Sound relaxation, I don't think that's true. I do believe there is plenty of homosexuality in the animal kingdom. I don't believe that's true. I've watched enough specials, but I'll just say, because I'm not right now in a position of research, but I would say look it up. I don't believe that's true, though. I believe there's a lot of homosexuality in the animal kingdom. But look it up. Gyno. Okay, gyno. I'm not going to be able to pronounce this. SGB. Gynecomastia. Look it up. I'm curious, real quick. I'm just going to type this in because you sent me a super chat and told me to look this up before we continue with the show. But I will tell you, I do believe there is homosexuality in the animal kingdom. So and there's also hermaphrodites or animals. There are certain species that can get themselves pregnant. There's all sorts of wild stuff going on in the animal kingdom. It's certainly not all male getting females pregnant to reproduce. It's all sorts of other stuff that happens. So it's not the same. Okay, this is gynecomastia, often referred to as enlarged male breasts. Is a condition characterized by the enlargement of male breast tissue. It is caused by an imbalance in hormones, particularly testosterone and estrogen, leading to an increase in breast tissue. While not harmful to physical health, gynecomastia can cause psychological distress and affect self-esteem. I don't know what that has to do with what we're talking about, SGB. Just a dude growing breasts with more estrogen in his system? I don't know what that has to do with this. Okay, anyway, let me continue on. Wow. Andy, my last comment says 1,500 animal species perform LGBTQIA behavior. There you go, 1,500. So, yeah, heterosexual activity, albeit is dominant in the animal kingdom. Yeah, it's not the only, LGBTQ activity is not excluded in that community. Let me go back to the box. Dencal, good evening. Welcome to the program, Dencal. And what the fuck you want me to tell you in response? I don't care about your take. You're the one to reach out to me. Okay, you guys are responding to each other in that one. Okay, Dencal, good evening.
Good evening.
Hey, so we've talked about this crap for quite a bit, but what about the notion of deporting somebody for a 24-year-old embezzlement conviction? They've been in the country for 50 years. They have a green card. They have permanent residency, and they were going to try. This woman is like in her 60s now. They were going to deport her because in 2001 she had an embezzlement conviction. Do you believe immigrants should have a perfect criminal history for the entire time they're here? Otherwise, they should be deported?
Well, of course not. Of course not. By that point, she's a citizen. So if she committed a crime, she should be punished here in America, and whatever that crime is, if she served her time or if she got off without jail time, that's it.
Yeah. And this was
people that come here and assimilate and become American citizens, regardless if it's a green card or temporary protected status. That means they're citizens now. They should fall under our rules and not say, well, if you break the law, you go back to where you came from.
Well, the problem is before the Trump administration, people felt that once they reached green card status, or permanent resident, and just the name permanent residence should tell you what it feels like. But they thought that once they reached that status, they were safe. But under the Trump administration, they're going after permanent residents too.
Yeah, I mean, they going after everybody. I mean, when you sit there and watch him make a little side deal with the president of El Salvador, saying, you know, I'm gonna start sending you some of ours.
Yeah. Why do you think there's not much fuss from the right about this? Well, I mean, he did say that he's considering sending homegrown criminals there, so that would be Americans. Why do you believe there's not much fuss at all coming from the right to do? Because that's clearly unconstitutional, and the right often talks about the Constitution. Why do you think they're not really saying much about that?
I think it goes back into the old saying, you know, it's all good until they come for you. Right now, they're not coming for them. They're not coming for them. I mean, they are technically when they start saying homegrown.
Yeah. That could be anybody.
But I mean, it's like a contradiction in terms because, you know, it's like they're talking about sending everybody away, but at the same time, Trump is out here pardoning every criminal.
Yeah, you know something. You raised a good point. I said that earlier. Is that how you gonna be talking about pardoning people for crimes they committed? In this case, 24 years ago, but you're pardoning murderers and shit. I don't.
He right there. He down with Diddy and the trial ain't even over. Yeah, I gotta see about that. Yeah. That's crazy.
Yeah, and
I mean, they literally showing the tape of him, like, you know, beating this woman and stuff, you know, Cassie, and he talking about, you know, me and Diddy, we been friends for a lot.
I'm telling you, my money is on him pardoning Diddy, because Trump likes to troll. He likes to go against, you know, he likes to troll people and piss you off. My money is on Trump probably pardoning Diddy.
Yeah, I agree. And that's why it's out there, and that's why when they asked him, he couldn't just say no. Like, nah, I'm not pardoning him. Like, all of the stuff he did, but he can't say it, because he will do it.
And that's crazy, because like you rightfully pointed out, he is literally on video beating the shit out of a woman. And Trump, well, you know, he was a good friend, or we did know each other. He did say good things about me. Like, what the fuck does that got to do with this?
Right, the guy who was running the Silk Road website, that they were selling like billions of dollars worth of illegal medications, I'll say. The guy who was running that website, like, you know, they used to have Backpage for selling women.
Yeah.
Right? They had a website.
Oh, you mean human trafficking?
Yeah, that was Backpage back in the day. I'm saying that this website was for selling illicit, you know, drugs.
Okay.
You could get them, you know, you could buy them off, you know, offline, like, and they caught the dude and locked him up for like 50 years or whatever, and Trump just pardoned him.
Yeah. Wow. Why is there no outcry on the right? Is the economy that good?
No, it's got nothing. This has got nothing to do with the economy, but it's got something to do with their feelings of him being a rich man and just saying, you know, coming to grips with just saying he could just do whatever the hell he wants to. As long as he's doing some stuff they agree with, they fine with it.
So what about, because Jackie in the comments says, what's the difference? Look what Biden did, pardon all kinds of people, and supposedly it was him. So what about, because you're going to hear that anytime you criticize one of Trump's pardons, the fact that Biden pardoned his son is going to come up. I mean, Trump might have 100 controversial pardons, and they'll still be bringing up he pardoned Hunter. So how do you respond to that?
Look, we're not going to even try to make it seem like these two things are equivalent. We're not gonna try to make it seem like him releasing 1,500 people that ran up and and shitted on the damn floor in the White House and was smoking weed.
Capitol building.
The Capitol building. And beat the hell out of police with fire extinguishers and flagpoles. We're not gonna try to act like that's the same as Biden pardoning his family members who are on a list for the next administration to try to prosecute. Those two things are totally different.
Yeah, and I will say it doesn't matter what Biden did. Trump was gonna pardon these people no matter what. So Biden's pardons ain't got nothing to do with that. He ain't doing it because of what Biden did. He's doing it because that's what he wants to do. And if he pardons Diddy, Biden is, like you said, Biden is not even in the same universe as somebody like Diddy that's on camera beating the hell out of a woman, and then you hear all the stuff they're accusing him of doing, and it's like Trump is like, well, I have to look into it. It's like, what? I mean,
right. And all of these people he's releasing, that all of these people are accused of these tax crimes, and he's not only pardoning them, he's giving them unconditional. So all of the millions of dollars that they owe back, all of that gets wiped out. So all of these tax cheats, he got rid of the office that used to investigate political bribery. I mean, just got rid of the whole office and basically said it's all right to bribe people now.
I don't know what is it that he likes criminals or something. I mean, he's starting to come across as if certain types of crimes. If you're a celebrity that commits a crime, he's coming across as if he likes you. He kind of sides with you.
Right, Blagojevich. Like, I mean, we got
Yeah.
on recording saying, "Hell, they're not going to get that position without me."
Yeah, he wanted to sell Obama's Senate seat. And I forgot all about Blagojevich. But yeah, it just seems like if you're a celebrity and you're favorable to Trump, he likes you.
Right. And I don't know if it's him per se. I don't know if it's somebody that's in his ear saying, "Hey, if you want to maintain some of the, he's probably got different reasons. Like these, like the black celebrities, like except for Diddy, he don't know them dudes. He don't know Kodak Black. He don't know them people. Somebody's telling him.
Well, Kodak Black. Well, I know the Kodak Black story. Kodak Black's attorney was a campaign donor and associate of Trump. So his attorney, that's what it is. His attorney has connections to President Trump. And that's how Kodak Black got that. So chances are Kodak Black put the right money in the right place, and it just funneled to Trump, and there you go, there's your part. Maybe some of Kodak Black's legal fees actually did not go to his lawyer.
And then Lil Wayne, Larry Hoover,
I don't understand the Hoover. The Hoover one, I still don't understand.
One of the Big Meech and his brother, the BMF guys, they got. I know the youngest one. He got out on the early COVID thing, and Trump let that go through. Yeah, I mean these people. Look, they go down in Black history and lore as these basically Robin Hood types, but they was really just drug dealers and murderers and stuff like that.
Even the ones that were threatening to take the life of Gretchen Whitmer, the governor of Michigan, he's talking about potentially pardoning them.
Yeah, talking about they were.
He said they were drunk.
He said they were drunk, and then he said the system abused them, and they got actual conversations with them talking about. They had actually already procured the explosives and all of that stuff, and maybe it was just locker room talk, didn't Cal? In the locker room, we all talk about bombing, government officials. It's just locker room talk. We're sitting around in the locker room talking about blowing up the governor's crib or something like that. Just locker room talk. Just beating up women. We just be talking about, man, I whooped, man, I mud stomped her.
Well, isn't there a song that says "Whoop that trick"? Wasn't that? I don't know though, but I mean.
Yeah, that's the old hustle and flow.
Yeah, so I don't know, but his pardons are kind of weird. Now I saw in the comments, Johnny was talking. I guess he was referring to Dr. Fauci because he said, "Well, he wanted you to tell him, well, why the hell does a doctor need a pardon?"
Because he was on the damn list as somebody that they were going to target and to ruin their whole lives because of how they felt when they refused to acknowledge that he was there at the privilege of the president, standing right next to him every night, putting out his recommendation. So if he need to get punished, why not the guy who hired him, who was standing right there?
Yeah.
And smiling and agreeing with the stuff, and then later on that night came out and said everything was garbage.
Yeah. The Trump administration fucked up by putting out the hit list. If they wanted them folks, they should have kept it under wraps, but to actually put out a list and make it clear that you're going to target these folks, that is what promoted the Biden administration to pardon all those people. They should have never done that.
Right, and he had a choice to make, and he could have said, okay, we're gonna let these prosecutions go through because we know these people aren't guilty of stuff, but they still would have been ruined.
Yeah.
They would have been financially ruined. Them folks can't afford no damn lawyers in perpetuity going to court back and forth with the best lawyers in the country, defending themselves against something that they didn't do wrong.
But I will say in the case of Hunter Biden, well, I mean, because he could clearly afford lawyers and things like that. But I don't know. I just think that once Biden gave, I guess the biggest issue is Biden should have never lied and said he wasn't going to pardon the guy. I mean, everybody knew he was going to do that. So Biden does get some blame because he promised folks that he was not going to pardon his son. And everybody knew he was lying when he said it.
And he also said that before he knew there was a hit list. So the subject, the facts on the ground changed. So, I mean, we can all look back at it, but...
You really think that's the case? You really think that Biden...
He said that before, and he probably thought his son was going to get off. So, yeah, he probably said something at the time that he meant. But when things change on the ground, you can't just be like, well, I'm not going to do it even though I know they're going to come after my son. And his son could not pay for those lawyers. His son had to borrow money from his best friend. Remember, his dad had to help him.
Well, if it's me, I'm just going to pardon my son. I don't give a damn. I'm not even going to risk it. I'm not, because let's say Kamala Harris wins. Okay, so your son is safe. But what is the statute of limitations on that shit? I mean, it could be a Republican president down the line, and you see how much influence Trump has on the Republican Party. Like, why would you even take a chance where you can just sign at the stroke of a pen and pardon this guy? I mean, go ahead.
I don't know, like, he was already at the statute of limitations for a lot of that stuff with the federal taxes. They could only go back so far. Okay. If he would have had another 4 years of another president, I think he would have been safe on pretty much all of that stuff. But I'm with you. I wouldn't have came out and said nothing. I would have said no comment when they asked.
There you go. Something like that. I got to see how the case goes or something of that nature. Let's see what happens. And because considering that Biden, Hunter Biden was able to delay that shit until October or whatever, I would have just told my kid, look, if for the sake of my political career, I'm not going to tell people I'm going to pardon you. The election is in November. If I win in November, then I can pardon you because I don't have to worry about running again. Or if Kamala Harris, I would have just said nothing. And then once the election was over, then I would have did it. Or I would have just told him, you might have to sit down for a week or two. I'll make sure you're going to get, you're going to be in a cell by yourself or whatever. If Martha Stewart could do a year, you can do a fucking week. So, right. I mean, you might have to sit down for a couple weeks, but I'm going to get you out of there. We just got to get this election over in November, and then once the election is over, whether I win or lose, I'm going to get you out immediately. And that would have been it.
But that was Biden, like, not being ignorant.
Yeah.
You got to be careful. Between him and Trump, like, all the other presidents, when they get asked a question, they just say, if they don't know, they just say, no comment. I'm going to get back with you.
Right.
But these two cannot. When you ask Trump a question, and instead of him saying, I haven't had my brief on that or whatever, he just say something stupid. He just come out and say something. Or he just say, I don't know. Nobody told me. Now they're talking about he want his briefs to come in like the form of Fox News briefs because he doesn't take in, like he only goes to his briefs like they say once a week. He does his national security brief. So they're saying that, what is it, Bondi or one of them is supposed to be setting them up. So they kind of like a Fox News brief because he likes watching Fox News. So they're going to set it up and maybe have somebody that works at Fox present it to him so he can absorb the information.
That's crazy. Well, unlike Trump, when Biden says something controversial, it hurt him. Trump can say controversial shit, and he seemed to walk away from it unscathed. So there's a big difference. Biden should have learned, but Trump been saying controversial shit since he came down the escalator in 2015, and it's been working to his benefit. Biden, it happens just the opposite. When Biden says something crazy, that just shows he has dementia or he's an aging old man. If Trump says something crazy, well, maybe he was doing this, or maybe it's true. Like the cats and dogs thing, people were scurrying to prove that cats and dogs was being eaten. The idea that he was making that shit up never entered their head. They automatically went on a quest to prove it was true.
Right, and just like he said when they talked to him about that taco, calling him Taco Trump, he just went on and started on this tirade.
Yeah, you don't like
actually that. Talking about him negotiating with himself. You mean when I took the tariffs up real high, and then I said, "Ooh, those are really high," and then I brought them down some, and then that's negotiation. Who the hell you negotiating with? The other side is sitting there looking at you like, what in the hell is he talking about?
Well, one other question before I move it on from you, I wanted to ask as well. I'm sure you've heard about Zelensky launching what is probably the most successful drone attack in world history, and now he struck a bridge today. So they're giving blows to the Russian government. Now, you remember Trump in the meeting, you don't have the cards and all of that. Why do you think Trump either underestimated or improperly gauged the Ukrainians so much?
I think he misjudged Zelensky himself. North Korea, I'm talking about the UK, all of these leaders are telling them, go take a flying leap. And he's damaging himself the more he keeps, just like he said, well, you guys are just going to have to wait until I talk to Putin. We need to talk face to face for us to come to a deal. He went over there and he wasn't even back home to America, and he was bombing inside Kiev.
Yeah.
Now he's talking about I need to talk to Xi in order to get we're going to talk to Xi. Now, if he does that, man, and Xi tells him to go fly a kite, man, all of that.
But I was told, wait a minute though, what you're saying goes against what I was told that under Biden we were the laughing stock of the damn planet, and under Trump we finally had a leader that everybody respected. You don't seem to be saying that.
Hey, look, you seen the reaction when they called him Taco. He was 48 hot, man. That joker said, "Don't ever say that again."
And that's only going to inspire them to say it more and more.
Hey, I'm with it. It's all on my page and stuff. I'm like, Taco Tuesday.
All right, then, Cal. Oh my God.
Hey, one last thing, man. Did you see when them ICE agents tried to raid that restaurant and take that young lady who was working there, and the whole neighborhood came out and marched on them and forced them back, and they had to retreat.
I heard about it, but one thing that shocks me, I'm surprised because you've heard about folks getting pissed off at what's happening to the Palestinians, and you just had another terror attack. I'm surprised ICE hasn't suffered something like that. I'm really surprised that some immigrant with nothing to lose just did not say, fuck it, I'm out. I'm really surprised.
It's coming. The more they keep running up in these people's places of business and doing this stuff, it's gonna happen. These was white folks. These wasn't Hispanic people. I'm talking about they bum rushed them. They didn't touch them, but they was converging on them, and them guys had to back up and jump in the van and haul it. Watch it, man. It's incredible. I was like, wow, these folks is getting some nuts. They was like, they is not playing. You said you was coming to get the criminals, and that little girl that work in the restaurant ain't heard nobody.
Yeah.
Well,
that's just like the one I just showed, the 64-year-old woman with the 24-year-old embezzlement charge. She ain't hurt nobody. And there's a video of her, also her whole job, and everybody was waiting for her to get released as well. So, but I'm surprised ain't nobody just said, fuck it, I'm going out in the blaze of glory.
They will soon. But hey, I wonder if MAGA reacts on here today. Have you seen him?
Not yet. Excuse me. Not yet. Not yet.
Oh, okay. I was just wondering because isn't he? What is he? Is he Egyptian?
Yeah. Yeah.
He's Egyptian. I wonder what he thought of his countrymen out there with them, with the flamethrower and the Molotov cocktails.
Yeah, that's the thing I was thinking about. That guy tried to burn people alive and shit like that, yelling "Free Palestine." Yeah, that's the one I was thinking about. Well, he's just like DJ Julio is Native American and he's MAGA. He's Egyptian and there's a lot of MAGA like that, man. A lot of MAGA from all nationalities.
And the worst part is, I'll mention it again, is those job corps closing around the country, man. There's a lot of heartache going on around these cities.
Yeah.
And these kids, some of them don't even have a place to go back to. That's a lot of them. Some of them were homeless or were in battered homes and all of that stuff, and they end up in these schools to learn a trade. And now these programs, like the same day, get out of here.
I did a short stint in Job Corps, and that one really hurt. I was really hurt when I heard about that.
That's pretty sad.
Because you're right. It's for the lower income community. They always say you don't need college. Go out and get a trade, and they help folks get trades. And getting rid of Job Corps, that ain't waste, fraud, or abuse. That's something that was beneficial to society. There is no legitimate reason for. They made up some kind of bullshit DEI or some reason they made up for it. But that's a loss. Hopefully, cooler heads prevail and somebody brings that back, because that's something that should not. To give tax cuts to people, getting rid of Job Corps to do that, that's a bad trade. But then, Cal, I gotta move it on, man.
All right, and Elon said that big beautiful.
Yeah! Wow! Wow! Elon.
All right, talk to you soon, man.
Appreciate it. Thank you. Looking in the comments, America needs a big ass cookout, and Martha Stewart is in the chef. Okay, I don't know about that happening, but okay. Chinaman hit you with sticks. Stop watching CNN. T2, I don't know what you mean by that. Chinaman hit you with sticks. Stop watching CNN. Here's a weird thing. I want to say this. The right always talks about you need to stop watching MSNBC, or you need to stop watching CNN, or you need to stop listening to the mainstream media. What do you think your news is doing? I'm just going to be honest with you. If you're watching Fox, Newsmax, Breitbart, or what do you think they're doing? They're doing any of the biases you want to suggest at MSNBC or CNN or any other mainstream. You're getting biases on the other side in the exact same way. They just are to the right. You think the right? You think the news that's predominantly watched by MAGA, predominantly watched by folks on the right, you think that is fair and balanced, as Fox News used to say? Do you really believe that news is telling you the truth, as opposed to telling you what you want to hear? Because you always hear people, stop watching CNN, stop watching MSNBC. Fox should be in that conversation. Fox News should absolutely be in that conversation if you want to talk about fake news. Tim, if we're going to talk about Biden for a half hour, play the Robert Hur interview with him. Well, we're not going to talk about Biden for a half hour, so people go to Job Corps for drugs and sex. Okay, what is it? This is coming from Thomas. He says, people go to Job Corps for drugs and sex. Heard that back in the 70s. Well, I'm sure that some of that happens, because when I went there, one of the reasons why I didn't stay there very long is it was violent as hell. But make no mistake about it, even though all of that shit is there, if you go there for what they offer, you can get it. The trades, welding, I think when I went, because I went for a short stint back in 1990. And I think welding, typing was a class. You could still have a career as a type person who could type. Typing, welding, carpentry was one. I can't remember what all the trades were. But you could go there and learn that shit and get a certificate. Now, it's just like anything else. Now, you say that it's okay to get rid of Job Corps because, as you state, you heard it's for drugs. People go to Job Corps for drugs and sex. You heard that back in. What the fuck you think is going on in colleges? People who want to squander away an opportunity, that happens everywhere. That ain't just something unique to Job Corps. You can find drugs and sex in some of the most prestigious colleges and universities. That don't mean you get rid of the whole fucking school because there's some kids that are doing drugs. People do this stuff everywhere you go. So I'm not a fan of it. I'm just going to say that because there were lots of people that were being helped out by that. And it falls under I heard someone say this, and I think what you're saying about getting rid of Job Corps because of the sex and drugs, I think it makes this phrase resonate. I can't remember the exact phrase, but it kind of goes something like, the difference between Republicans and Democrats is Republicans, or better yet, Democrats would rather feed everybody than to let one person starve. And the Republicans would rather let everybody starve than risk letting one person get food that did not deserve it. In other words, Republicans, when it comes to social programs, when it comes to helping people out, Republicans focus on the fraud. And they often use that as an excuse to chop off the program, whether it's welfare, Section 8, utility assistance. Always focus on the fraud and use that as an excuse to eliminate the program. And that does appear to be true. And under the Trump administration, it now seems to be on steroids. Is that they're using the fraud within programs to cancel whole programs. Like now, look what they're doing with Medicaid. They're putting, worker provisions on it. Well, we don't want anybody receiving Medicaid if they are able-bodied and able to work. So what's going to end up happening is they're going to cancel your Medicaid, and you're going to have to prove that you are either working or incapable of working to continue getting Medicaid. And you got to do that in an environment where they don't fire every damn body at the federal government. So you got to be on the phone trying to call somebody to prove to them that you either can't work or you have a job and should never have been cut off at a time when probably nobody's answering the phone. That's going to be frustrating. That is going to be frustrating. I guarantee that's likely to happen is that people are trying to call in and say, I got a job. Why are you threatening to cancel me? Or I'm missing a whole fucking leg. I can't work or whatever. Well, I can't work. And you're trying to get through. And there's just not enough people. I mean, because if you're talking about Medicaid, the tens of, think about how many people are on that. So when you start having all them folks calling in and you don't fire a bunch of people and you got them, press 1 for English and 2 for Spanish and you're giving them nothing but a robot after robot after robot. My opinion, that's the goal. The goal is to frustrate you enough that you just give up. So that at the end of the day, they can say, we didn't cancel anybody's Medicaid. You just didn't go through the procedure to let people know. You the one that gave up. I didn't cancel your Medicaid. After being on hold for 7 or 8 hours, you the one that gave up. That's your fault. I believe that is what the goal is to actually make it so difficult, you just give up and quit pursuing it. Looking in the comments, you really think 46% of California needs to be on government health care? I don't, something, Samuel, I don't know, because I'll tell you this, I personally believe, this is the liberal in me, and I know my MAGA side is not going to like it, but damn it, it's a free speech program. We are MAGA friendly, but I believe healthcare should be a right. I don't think it does any of us any good to make it so that if you're not working, you're not covered. Because fact is, even the most hardworking Americans in this current environment, we're not in an environment anymore where you graduate out of high school and you work the same job for 30 years, you retire and get a pension. That's not the environment we're in anymore. In that environment, you would graduate from high school, you work in a factory or whatever the hell you're doing, putting cars together or whatever for 30 years, you're insured the entire 30 years. You would retire, you would get a pension, and your pension, your benefits in that would also include health care. So you'd be covered for life. That's not, we no longer live like that now. Nowadays, people go from job to job to job. There is no loyalty in the workforce anymore. Your employer will get rid of you if they can save 10 cents on hiring somebody cheaper. So there's no loyalty, and people go with unemployment periods all over the damn place. And if you ever been unemployed, you know damn well you can't afford Cobra. That's the insurance you buy once your insurance expires. You're out of work, so you're not going to be able to afford the increased cost of Cobra, which is why I believe healthcare should just be a right. Because what ends up happening is you have no healthcare, but if you get injured severely enough, you can go to the ER and they have to treat you. But that doesn't cover, let's say you got diabetes, you don't get any prescriptions covered, or let's say you got, high blood pressure or something. You don't get any, you only get treated when you're having an actual medical emergency. I think it would be cheaper to provide proactive care as opposed to reactive care when the person is in dire straits in the emergency room. So my opinion, because you're going to treat them regardless. Even without healthcare being a right, you're treating them regardless. When they come to the emergency room, you still got to treat them. But now it costs more to treat somebody who's dealing with a medical emergency than maybe it would have cost if you had to give them a few prescriptions and doctor visits. So I believe it should be a right in an environment where everybody's focused on saving money. Why doesn't anybody realize you save money by proactive care versus reactive care in the ER? Why doesn't anybody realize that? Not to mention how much money you would save by having a healthy population, as opposed to only treating people when they come to the ER. That I do not understand. And I guess last but not least, you have to ask, why is it that the rest of the free world does not follow us down this path? Virtually no other first world country makes it so that if you're not employed, you're not insured health-wise. We're like the only country in the free world that does that. Even developing countries, even some of the second world or develop, even some of them give their citizens health care. So that I don't understand why America does that. The wealthiest country on the planet is trying to come up with reasons why they can't give the citizens health care, but we're building iron domes and all this other shit to, for the military. That just doesn't make any sense to me. Seems like you would want a healthy population. And as a result, we don't have a healthy population. We're not at the top in life expectancy. We're not at the top in mental health. We're not at the top in any of those categories. That makes no sense to me. Looking in the comments, though, I'm glad we don't, says Samuel Smith. I'd had having wages taxed 65%. Now you wouldn't have to have your wages taxed 65% because you're paying for that same person to go to the ER. So your tax money is just covering it that way. I don't understand why you don't see that. You're still paying for it regardless. Let me go back to the box. Continuing on, tap the screen, by the way. 102, wow. Get your boy up to 110 if you will. Stick, the ruler. Good evening, Stick, and I use it to pass out estrogen and make America lesbian and trans. Lunar, I don't know where you're going with that. Stick, good evening.
What's going on, handsome?
Not much at all. So we've been covering a host of topics, though, but in regards to this whole Ukrainian-Russian war thing that Trump promised to end in 24 hours, why do you think he got that so bad? How do you think he misjudged that by so much?
Okay, Tim, I really want to answer that question, but let me just, before I forget, let me just say two things. First thing, every MAGA accusation is a MAGA confession.
Explain.
So
every MAGA accusation.
LGBTQ thing. Yeah, go ahead.
Every MAGA accusation is actually a MAGA confession. Damn, really?
So, and just like we said, like it's like I get tired of having to do the Allen Iverson. We must have forgot. But we must have forgot about that man that got ousted. I think it was in Alabama, or it might have been Texas. One of the two. Matter of fact, it might have been.
You talking about Roy Moore?
But anyway, what's that?
Roy Moore, the one that was hanging around the malls.
Well, I don't know about if that was what it was, but I know he unalived himself after he.
Oh no, that's something. Yeah, that's something different. Yeah, that's a different one.
Yeah. So that's what I'm talking about. I'm talking about that he couldn't even take it, that he wasn't good to be accepted with his people, so he unalived himself. So
what was he? Was he abusing children? What was he?
No, he was part of the community. Just he was on the down low, as we like to say in the hood. He was on the down low. But somehow, some way, he got found it out, and then because he didn't want to face the music, ain't like he was going to jail or anything. He just didn't want to face the music of being part of that community, so he unalived himself.
I'm curious to know who
he was a Republican, and he was I believe a senator of one of those states I just named. It's coming back. I believe it's out of Alabama and Louisiana. I can't remember which one it is.
Yeah, somebody let me know, because I'd be curious to know who that is. I think I may have heard a little bit about that, but I can't figure out who.
Yeah, you're only gonna hear a little bit about it because they don't choose to talk about the stuff that happens on their side. What they like to do is they like to say the Democrats bring up and defend everybody else, but they're the only ones trying to harm these people. So you have one side that's trying to harm people or take away rights, and then you have another side that's actually trying to defend those rights. And what we mean by that is, before majority of those people that are in Congress, before majority of those people were in the judicial system as far as the Supreme Court, before Donald Trump was president, we already had Roe v. Wade. They ruled on it across the land. Some states had it to where it was a little stricter to get one, but other states had it to where we're just gonna follow Roe v. Wade.
Right.
But when you go at something and it ain't doing nothing to you, you're the one bringing the issue up.
Well, they do believe that pro-choice is committing an act of murder.
And it depends on the situation. Now, if you're a deadbeat mom and you just don't want to have no kids, and you just go get one because you can get one, then yeah, that's murder. But when you're talking about somebody that might have a pre-existing condition and or just found out, they got cancer or something like that, but they're pregnant at the same time and it's not viable for the baby to, or the woman, nah. Like right now.
Yeah, but let me say this, and I got it.
Hold on, Tim. This is the party that got a woman that's don't have nothing going on, no brain activity, no nothing, but it's a baby in her, and the baby probably might not even survive, but they still keeping this woman alive because of the baby.
Yeah, that part is extreme, and I'm with you on that. But I do believe that generally, when you're talking about pro-life legislation or a pro-life agenda, and the Democrats bring up stuff like rape and incest and things like that, I do, and now maybe I'm wrong in this because I get chastised by women a lot when I say this, but I do believe that most women that terminate a child, it doesn't have anything to do with rape, incest, or the life of the mother. I think in most cases, it's somebody who had unprotected sex and decided for some reason or another they don't want the child. I believe most of these are optional.
Well, if you got data on that and it's not just I feel, then that's different. But if you don't have the data on that, then you just talking.
Well, the problem is because the problem is I don't think there's anybody keeping data on this stuff because it's a privacy, of the mom. I don't think anybody's going to tell you that. But
so then we can't assume that that's what it is because we don't have the data.
Well, somebody in the comments says there is. Somebody in the comments is saying there is data on it.
Well, bring it up. That's all you got to do. But for right now, me and you, we don't have the data. And my thing is this also, again, if you don't bring up something, then nobody's talking about it. We'll be in a live talking about policies, and then somebody will break out, and you've been in lives too, where they start talking about the LGBTQAY community, and we're talking policy. Why are you talking about that? Well, the Democrats no, you're talking about that. we're talking about policy. Let's keep on policy. And then that's how the whole conversation goes left. But nobody's talking about how they believed unalive president son was going to come back one day. Remember that?
An unalive.
Remember JFK? Yeah, he was already dead. Remember they said he was supposed to come back and lead the way.
Well, you're talking about you're talking about the Q. The Q stuff is wild. Yeah, the Q stuff can be a bit crazy.
But it was a part of MAGA. MAGA believed that. That's just like they believe that RFK was some type of leader, and he done got up there and said, "I wouldn't have anybody take my advice as medical." Yeah, come on, man.
Like I said, when I say we go left of Bernie Sanders too, I'm having dinner with Q. I remember the whole Q conversations. This time 4 years ago, you're talking June of 2021, when Biden had just become president. They were saying everything like Nancy Pelosi was going to be arrested by the military and Trump was going to be reinstalled as the 17th president of the corporation. I mean, it was some wild shit floating around, and they really believed that stuff. So yeah, the Q stuff can be wild. I'm not gonna disagree with you. The Q stuff can be really wild because I was involved in conversations about all that stuff back then.
Yeah, and that's my point. Like, they can believe in all of this stuff. You know, Trump can wear a big cute pin lapel, whatever he had. You know, and stand in front of people and wave and act like he, basically agrees with them, but in actuality, it was just to get Q's vote for the people who believed in that crazy stuff. They was out there talking about Hillary Clinton drinks children's blood and all of that. Man, this is the stuff again that draws.
How do you? Let me interrupt you. Let me interrupt and ask you. How do you get people to believe that stuff? Because I remember talking to a young Trump supporter. Definitely MAGA. And I asked him, I was like, do you really believe Hillary Clinton is drinking the blood of infants? And he was like, yeah. How do you get people to believe that?
Well, these are the same people, especially the ones from the South. Have you ever seen the movie Mandingo?
I think I have.
Okay, well, in the movie, the man of the house, the massa, he says that he got these ailments. So the town doctor told him, look, what you need to do is take one of the Negro slaves, put them at the foot of your bed, and then say what you do is you press your feet into them, and then you push all the demons out of you into them, your ailments. These are the people that we're talking about. These are the same people. These are the people that have the book, The Delectable Negro, and they used to eat certain parts of the Negro thinking it was going to go into them. These are the same people, Tim. These are the same people. If they can believe by pushing their foot into the stomach or the body of a Negro slave, and all their ailments is gonna go into the Negro slave.
Yeah, they'll
be fine.
Yeah, that almost sounds like
you can get that type of person to believe any damn thing.
Yeah. Well, I've heard of Africans that believe that having sex with a white woman cures AIDS or something like that. People used to believe. Yeah, people believe some really wild shit. That's the lower education.
They did, and now we got AIDS.
Right now you don't gave it to her too.
So, no. She gave it to them. You know what I mean? Because like we all know when the Europeans came over here, they gave diseases all to the indigenous folks. You know what I'm saying?
Smallpox,
the indigenous black folks, the island folks. Yeah, they spread a disease. They brought rats over here. The people over here never seen a damn rat.
You know the odd thing about what you're saying when you say Europeans came here and gave the natives smallpox and all that stuff. Back in during the Jim Crow era, they didn't want African Americans in pools and things like that because they viewed the African American community as having diseases and things like that. So they did not want you in. Go ahead.
But this is the thing, Tim. We're the cleanest people on earth. We went to Europe and taught them how to use vinegar and different disinfectants. We taught them not to have their cows in the house and the pigs in the house and the dog in the house. No, you're supposed to have them in a corral. That's an actual African word.
You need to be taught not to have a fucking cow in your crib? Really?
They didn't know. They didn't know, Tim. They was the Anglo-Saxon. They was over there in the hills and the mountains. If you go look at any of the older movies, like how about this Braveheart? You go look at Braveheart, their houses were in hills. If you go look at the Tom Cruise movie where he was that boxer with the lady he married with the red hair, forgot her name. They was playing like they was from Ireland. And he ended up being a street boxer.
I didn't see that, but I saw Braveheart. But
yeah, well,
when you
look at their house, it's basically a whole bunch of hay in a dugout cave with rocks around it and mud mesh. Yeah, that's how they was living. They wasn't living in castles. The Moors brought the castles to the Europeans. They didn't know nothing about no stone building and architect or none of that. Well, that's a different subject. But these are those people. They're just here in America. They're just in the South. They still live in trailers. They still live in rundown shotgun homes.
You got half of my audience. You got half of my audience saying you're racist. Draco says you're lost in your racism.
Hey,
go ahead.
Hey! It ain't my fault that everywhere y'all go, y'all destroy, y'all maim, and y'all kill people. And I'm talking about Europeans and white folks as a whole. I mean, look at what my boy Putin doing to his own people.
Yeah, well, yeah.
We don't care.
Well, yeah, what Putin is doing is, I mean, that's not something typical of a white person. That's something typical of a dictator that don't give a shit about his own people. Cause Kim Jong-un is not white, and he would do the same thing. So that ain't got nothing to do with white people. That's Putin himself.
Man, but listen. If they would have went for it, Donald Trump would have owned the Americas in the sense of he would have been the one ruler of the Americas. Because everybody in the South America is falling in line. Venezuela, El Salvador, he's getting all the dictators in line.
Venezuela ain't on Trump's side, are they?
Well, when you give a whole bunch of when he was in office, he gave the Venezuelans like green cards, didn't he give them?
Well, he just took all their protected status away.
Okay, but you already done did it. You should have never did it the first time.
Yeah, but shit, you sitting their ass back home. You don't get no credit for that.
He ain't nothing but an Indian giver, man. That's what we
shit, that ain't Trump. That ain't Trump. That's America.
No, that's America and Trump. And Trump is the old new white man. I've been saying that. He's old in the sense of his ways is old, but being that it was killed off a couple of years ago, you know what I'm saying? Not to the point of where it was unalive, but it was down. Now it's back up, man. The new white man is back, but it's the old white man, the one that we've been telling y'all about, the one that Ms. Harris been said this is what's going to happen. He's going to purge the federal government. He's going to do this. He's going to do that. Oh, you're fear-mongering. He get in the office, him and Elon, what they do? They purge the federal government and the Pentagon.
There's some validity to it.
It is, yeah. It's right there in our face, live on TV. He signed an executive order, DEI. Before it was DEI, it was affirmative action. Like all of these things that made it so it was sort of, kind of fair. Not all the way fair, but sort of, kind of. We wasn't getting everything we want, but we got a little something. They just want to take everything. We don't want you to have shit.
In other words, he's taking back the bone they threw the minority communities.
Oh yeah, definitely. And the LGBTQ community is that community that they're at now because why? There's prominent people in those communities. There are people that are rich. There are people that are politically tied in. The last name may mean something, but they're just, part of the community. So guess what? I'm going to try to get that because you're part of that community because I'm trying to get that community. And that's what he's on. $2 billion, I think it's $2.3 billion he done his, he done made since he been in presidency. He's only been in presidency 4 months.
He's making a killing. I got to move it on stick, but there's no denying that Trump is making a killing under the presidential seal. I think it's hard to deny that. Stick, appreciate you coming through.
Yes, sir.
All right?
All right, Tim.
Anytime. All right, moving on with the program. By the way, tap the screen. Might be to get to 120,000. Tap the screen, get the likes up. Shoo in the comments says, Indians didn't take anything back. We gave, and they took. You really see it that way? You think the Native Americans who literally own the entire country and are now pushed off to reservations have little to no political power in this nation at all? You look at them and say they took? Huh? What did they take? They got the right to sell tobacco and open up a few casinos? That's what you call took? And I see you followed by say y'all are extremely prejudiced. Well, your comment sounds kind of prejudiced in my opinion, but clear it up for me. Caller don't know Caller doesn't know Blackmore's captained Columbus ship sold black people into slavery. I can't speak on that. I don't have the knowledge of that. I'll admit in some cases like that, I don't know what you're talking about. Supercell Fusion says Trump ain't bullshit. This guy is my right-wing man. He is on the money. He's talking about stick the ruler, my last caller. Cannibalism. Where can this guy come back and get MAGA reacts? I'm surprised I haven't heard from MAGA reacts. We are on a little bit earlier today than normal, so that might have something to do with it. Trump and Elon Musk have only lost money becoming a president or working for the government, says Joshua Durner. I don't know how. No, listen, under Trump's first term, with all the impeachments and court cases, I could entertain losing some money there, having to hire lawyers, but under the second term, that dude's made a ton of money. Trump ain't lost any money at all under the second term. Any money at all. We don't even know what his cryptocurrency transactions are. So how could you say he lost money? You don't know anything about that. These pardons, you don't assume anybody that he's pardoned has funneled money to him at all in any shape or form. He just decided out of the kindness of his heart to just start pardoning all these folks. So I absolutely disagree that Trump, you say Trump and Elon have only lost money becoming a president or working for the government. I think the reason you might be saying that is because you know areas how they may have lost money, such as Elon with Tesla. But Elon Musk also gained a lot of Starlink contracts that the writer not telling you about. When Trump held up that Liberation Day list of all those countries that were being tariffed, some of those tariffs went away for countries that gave Elon a Starlink contract. You haven't heard that covered much. But there are all kinds of backdoor deals going on that you may not be privy to or may not have heard. Certainly if you're only watching right-wing media, they're only going to tell you that shit when Biden or Obama or Clinton or Kamala Harris does it. But when Trump does the same thing, they're not going to cover it. But Elon lost money in Tesla, but his other companies are doing very well because they're getting government contracts. So I don't know if Elon has lost that. Now, Elon might be, because Tesla lost so much fucking money, you may have more of a point with Elon, but Trump has made money. I don't even think it's up for debate in regards to Trump. And it's not just Trump. It's his kids, his family. I mean, they're all making money. So in regards to Trump, there is no denying, there's no doubt. I don't think it's even up for debate whether Trump made money or lost money. That guy's making money and making a lot of it. I mean, now he's getting a $400 million jet. I'm going to assume you don't think he's making any money off of that either, huh? Trump is making money, and he's making a lot of it. Looking in the comments, you are absolutely clueless, says Barbara. I feel so bad for you, damn. Because at first thought, I thought you were going to make some good points. You made me rethink that. It says Barbara is here. I think this is, wow. Sorry, Barbara. Let me know what I'm clueless about, though. I'm assuming you believe that Trump has lost a ton of money since he became president. The successful businessman that is opening up businesses in other countries, went over to Qatar and all. That guy is losing money, huh? The best, what we refer to as the best negotiator ever. He just losing money, huh? That's what we're supposed to believe. Emac says, I feel so sad for you. Really, truly sad. You are, he says you are ignored, but I guess he means to say you are ignorant. Somebody doing the country so bad just because you quote unquote like this something figure, I don't know. Let me go back to the box. We'll go to the next caller. Like I said, I don't mind the criticism. You can feel free here to compliment criticize, complain. We're all about free speech here. We don't block, ban, or censor any damn body. Despite the commentary, we are MAGA friendly. Always will be. Always have been. Nevertheless, liberals are welcome on the program as well. When we say we go left of Bernie Sanders to I'm having dinner with Q. If you enjoy this kind of dialogue, open for all sides of the aisle to come through and talk, feel free to follow the program if you're watching on TikTok or Instagram Live right now. If you're watching on YouTube, get your boy a subscription. We're generally here most weekdays. Travelman, good evening. Welcome to the program. Am I getting it wrong? Maybe Trump lost a ton of money and I'm not seeing it right? Travelman, clear this up for me. Good evening.
What's going on, Tim, man? It's been a while, man.
Good to have you back. Yeah, I was under the weather, so I was down for 3 days of my damn self.
Yeah, I was down for a minute myself.
Okay, so
It's called an age thing.
yeah, no shit. So how about the notion that since Trump been in office, he's lost money?
That is a big 25-gallon can of BS.
I'm having people.
They have taken grifting to a whole nother level. All these hotels and stuff that they're doing over in the different countries, he's over there swinging. Now, having said that, he's supposed to be swinging these deals, but have we seen anything concrete that came out of that trip besides that 10-year-old jet that they couldn't give away, that he embarrassed our country with by accepting? Other than that, he said what they did, but has anybody seen anything? It's kind of like the 90 deals in 90 days type deal, you know?
I'm gonna be honest with you. I haven't seen anything come out of a lot of this stuff. And Barbara, I said I do have respect for you asking people how they think. Thank you, Barbara. You can continue. Like I said, I don't mind the criticism, but I have a problem traveling seeing anything coming out of any of this stuff. Remember when Elon was finding all that waste, fraud, and abuse, and the suggestion was, well, where is all this money you're saving the taxpayers going to go? And there were rumors that he was going to give everybody a $5,000 or $6,000 check. Now he's gone. That didn't happen. He's left. So where the hell is the money going?
But check this out. The damage that Doge has the damage that they've done, the 100 days or whatever how many days they've been in there, it's going to take our country years to recover from. And some of it, we won't even see the result of it for a couple of years. Think about it. They pretty much, all the research programs that they stop. Let me ask you something. Who comes into office and stops all payments? All payments. That's the first thing they did when they came in. They stopped all payments. So therefore, you had research projects, they gutted NIH, the Food and Drug Administration, the CDC, they going after the universities. Okay, if you don't like Harvard, okay, mess with them on the educational side. Don't mess with them on the research side, because now you're messing with cancer research and all of that.
It's interesting you talked about who comes in and stops all payments, because one of my earlier callers talked about how eventually this administration is going to be getting sued on all kinds of shit. And that's probably one of them. If you entered into let's say under the Biden administration or under the first Trump administration or whatever, you entered into a contract to do work for the federal government, research or something like that, and Trump comes along and says, we're going to just stop paying you. That's a lawsuit. Now, under Trump's federal government, you're not going to get any relief. So I guess to some degree, if you feel that Trump has wronged you, if it ain't outside of the statute of limitations, it's probably your best interest to wait until he's out of office before you put in a lawsuit.
Nah, bro, don't work like that. It doesn't work like that. If you have a contract with the government, right, and if you don't do your part of it, then the government gonna make you, pay your part of it.
I know all of that.
The same thing. If the government if you got a $10 million contract with the government and they break that contract, they're going to have to pay money.
Yeah, but the problem is under the Trump administration, do you feel that the courts are going to do what they normally would do in most matters?
The courts are going to go by the contract.
You think?
That's contract. It's contract, bruh. That is a contract. That's not a feel-good thing. That's a contract.
I
You
mean,
know, now we do have the right-wing courts up in there. I understand all of that, but at the same time, you know, you got $300-400 million contracts with these people, or $1 billion. These contracts that they're breaking. These companies or these schools, they're not going to let the government just walk away from that. They're going to sue the hell out of them. And to top it off, they're going to win.
I mean, let's say the Trump administration.
Let me finish quick right there. It's just like all those people that they quote unquote went in there and tried to fire or whatever. They're going. Every last one of them going to sue the damn government, and
Right.
every last one of them going to win.
You think they would win while Trump is still president?
Yes, they're winning now.
I don't
Not
know.
only that, remember Andrew McCabe and what's the other dude that Andrew McCabe? I think he had 2 days left to retire.
Yeah.
Right, and they fired him. And what did he do? He filed a lawsuit. He won $2 million.
Yeah, that was terrible.
Remember Strzok, the FBI guy? Him and the lady that they fired? They sued. He got $1 million. She got $800,000. Okay? That's when Trump was in office. Not after he got out, this is when he was in office. See, so we constantly running around here. We stuck on transgender. We stuck on whether or not somebody's gay and all this that. We stuck on that. That's just a deflection. Meanwhile, they took the peace building that they didn't own, that it wasn't even part of the executive branch. They went in there and basically gangstered those people, and then they trashed the building. And then the court said, nope, you're wrong, it's illegal, get the hell out of there. They go in there, they left weed and everything in that building.
Jeez.
You know, they didn't trash the building. And this was the Institute of Peace or something like that. It's right. I pass by it all the time because I'm in D.C. every day almost.
I didn't
So I see that building all the time. And they trashed it. The same thing. They went in there. I used to work for Customs. I used to see the USAID building when I used to go down to the Ronald Reagan building, right? The first thing they did was they demonized the agency the weekend or the week before. They started talking about all the bad stuff USAID was doing, money laundering. They just demonized it. And then they went in there and trashed it. And now we're suffering. Now we're seeing the result of what they did. All they've done is number one, damage the research and stuff. That we used to be number one in research for heart research and cancer research. We're gonna lose that.
But here's the thing: if you think that Trump is doing all this stuff and he's that bad, why is his poll number still consistently either better or at least competitive with the Democrats? And I see in the comments, even before you answered it, Ed G even points out, he says, was it okay when Biden stopped payments for those who didn't support the LGBTQ community?
Here we go with the whataboutism. You know what? Biden not president. We're talking about Trump. Okay? Stay focused. We're not talking about Biden. We're not doing whataboutism.
Yeah, but I get what you're saying, but hold on. The complaint is I get you don't do the whataboutism, but he's going to say that it's not right that you were totally willing to ignore what Biden was doing. Now Trump gets in there, you suddenly want to play God on it.
No, don't say that. I didn't say I ignored anything. I didn't say that. I said I'm not. We're talking about Trump. We're talking about the fact that he right now we are going to lose international students because of the BS that he's doing. Okay, when I go out to Loudoun County, the vast majority of people in Loudoun County are immigrants. Mm-hmm. Loudoun County is the wealthiest county in the freaking country. All right, we're losing people. Great Britain, Japan, they're saying, look, they don't want to fund your research. They don't want you to go to school there. Come on over here and go with us. We're going to have the brain drain. We're the one that's losing people. We're the one that's going to lose the research. That's what they're doing. Okay, I don't give a damn. Yeah, Biden fucked up. Yeah, he did. We're in this mess now because of Biden. Yeah. Because he shouldn't have ran. His wife and his people should have. He said I was going to be there one term, and he didn't. Okay, so as a result of that, he put VP Harris in a bind for 100 days. Okay, and his ass in the rain. So as a result of that, we got the damn taco mango right now that's wreaking havoc all over the food place.
What the hell?
You know, and Zelensky making them look like an ass. You have no cards to play. Okay, yeah, we do. Yeah, we do. You know. So I mean,
why do you think he got that? Why do you mentioned Zelensky? We were talking about that earlier. How do you think he got that so wrong? Because the notion was under Biden, we had a leader that the whole world was laughing at, and under Trump, we finally got someone that the world respects. Do you see that now? Do you see the world respecting Trump?
No. No.
Yeah.
No, the world is laughing at us. The world, we have, you know, he damn near tipped the whole world into a freaking financial disaster when he came out with the first tariffs and stuff, and the bond market damn near tanked on us. That's why he changed it, right?
Yeah.
Now he flip flop back and forth. There's a reason they call him Taco. Okay, and Putin is playing him like a Stradivarius. All right, so he's not and the other leaders that come over, right? They play it. The guy from Great Britain came over and played him and corrected him when he lied. Macron came over and corrected him when he lied. They all know how to play him, man.
Yeah, and I see in the comments, someone the right stuff says, "Bro, we were a joke under Biden. They ain't laughing now." I don't. Hold on, but he's saying that we were a joke under Biden, but they're not laughing now. What are you seeing to indicate they're serious now? Because Trump is the one tweeting out, "Stop Vladimir." And I mean, does it look like he's going to stop? If you want to suggest that we were, if you were to suggest that we were a laughing stock under Biden, what have you seen differently under Trump? The war in both cases, Israelis and the Russians, has escalated. So I don't see where Trump's being serious.
It's gotten worse.
Yeah.
And the Ukrainians, those people are fighting for their country.
Yeah.
That's what they're underestimating. They're very creative, and they also have the Europeans are kind of stepping up to the plate because of the crazy shit that Trump is doing. Stopping intel, doing this, doing that. So they're kind of stepping up to the plate. And then the other side is the Ukrainians are saying, well, you know what? They may get it, we may get it, we may not. The reason the Russians started making the advance that they made was when Johnson, those guys, when they withheld the funding for 6 months. Was that last year? That's when the Russians started making the advance.
Yeah.
See, and the other part is, he screwed the farmers 3 times. First, we gave him $30 billion or whatever the first time around. You got damn China down in South America. They're building mega ports down in, I think it's Peru and Brazil. You know why they building mega ports down there?
No, why?
To ship damn soybeans and all the farm products that used to ship out of the U.S.
Well,
so
some of this stuff under the next administration, some of those executive orders, those EOs are probably going to get reversed. But Travelman, go ahead.
But look how many of the EOs. Look how many of the EOs been shot down by the court.
Yeah, and the rest
by judges that he appointed and judges that other Republicans.
Well, because some of those were illegal. But I'm talking about even some of the legal ones are probably going to have to end up being reversed by the next commander in chief because they're causing harm to citizens in other ways that are legal. So he can do it, but it's like, damn, why would, like USAID, I don't think we want to do that long term. We're basically telling the world, fuck you. I don't think we really want to do that.
They screwed USAID up. That was soft power. They just blew that, you know, curse a lot on here. They blew it out their freaking ass. That's what they did.
And they closed that building, didn't they?
They took the name down. You know what? It's going to be so embarrassing when they have to put it back up.
Yeah.
Because and Marco Rubio, he Dr. Jekyll and Mr. Hyde. Who the hell is this dude?
Last question. Zelensky implemented what probably is the most successful drone attack in world history. Do you think he should have gave Trump a heads up? Because it sounds like
Hell no. Even the Five Eyes, a lot of those guys are rethinking whether or not they're going to share intel with us.
The five. What is the?
Yeah, you got you got the UK, France, Germany. Whatever, they call it the Five Islands, so they got some kind of name.
Okay.
And we all share intel together. Now, those other countries are getting kind of hesitant about, do we want to show this clown? Do we want to share intel with him? Because he went into the Oval Office last time and told the Russians some top secret shit. You know, I mean, he's a knucklehead, man. So when you get all this stuff going on, and the way the world looks at us right now, they took out the bear, the Russian bear. When I was one more thing before I go, when we used to be cruising around in the Med doing figure eights or whatever, we would see the Russian bear fly by over us. That's a big ass plane.
Is that like AWACS?
No, it's just the big bombers.
Okay.
They're bombers. But they wouldn't be too close. We could see them, but we got.
Do you think it's possible that the Ukrainians did this completely on their own, or are they doing this with shit that maybe Biden gave them and helped them out with that they didn't tell Trump because they knew Trump might cause a problem?
They ain't trust his ass.
Yeah.
He can't keep his mouth shut, man.
Yeah,
he'll be down in Mar-a-Lago or one of his damn golf clubs. Talking, bragging, with those 200 people that they fed Walmart steaks to, I mean, come on, man, this dude. Now we get ready to have a military parade that is going to chew up the damn streets down in D.C. when they bring those tanks and stuff down there. Mm-hmm. Come on, man.
I heard about that.
We don't do that.
Walmart steaks. I gotta move it on, Travelman. Walmart steaks. Wow. Appreciate you coming through, man.
Have a good one, bro.
You too. Walmart steaks. You pay how much it costs to have a plate with Trump? Thousands of dollars, and they serve you. He said, well, I haven't heard this, because I would assume if I'm paying tens of thousands of dollars to sit down to have a dinner with you, to get influence, obviously, but you would serve me a good steak. He said, oh, Walmart steak. Wow. We had a treaty with Ukraine. We are supposed to protect them. Yeah, that is true. That is true. But you weren't. Well, Trump was blaming the Ukrainians for starting the war. Not only has Trump done little, if anything, to protect the Ukrainians, he blamed them for the reason the war is actually happening. And you heard him having the back and forth with Zelensky. And I want to ask you folks, how many of you agree with what President Trump, in his moment of arguing, is saying here?
You're not winning this. You have a damn good chance of coming out okay because of us.
Mr. President, we are staying in our country, staying strong from the very beginning of the war. We've been alone, and we are thankful. I said thanks
you haven't
in
been
this
alone.
cabinet.
You haven't been alone. We gave you, through this stupid president, $350 billion. We gave you military equipment, and you men are brave, but they had to use our military equipment. If you didn't have our military equipment, this war would have been over in 2 weeks.
In 3 days, I heard it from Putin. In 3 days, this is something
maybe
new.
Less.
In 2 weeks, of course, yes.
It's going to be a very hard thing to do business.
He basically just telling Zelensky to his face, your country ain't shit. If it wasn't for us, you guys would have been ran over in less than 3 days. I mean, look, I don't know enough militarily to say if Trump was right or wrong there, but I will say that was very disrespectful. I mean, he might as well just came out and told Zelensky really was insulting the hell out of him. I wanted to I saw on here. I can't. What does it say? Some follow me, fuck with or something. But anyway, he says if you are black and can honestly back white Democrat liberals who are the most racist people on the planet, then you're a total moron. And he points to Malcolm X. I don't, something, a black person that's backing white liberals because they're the most racist people on the planet. I would just tell you that statement doesn't coincide with the visuals that the average black person backing the Democrat Party sees. Now, you look at the Trump administration, We can look at the 2016, the 2020 Trump administration, or the one he has now. And then you look at the Biden administration. And what is Trump doing? Getting rid of DEI, getting rid of affirmative action, getting rid of Job Corps. These are all programs that would help African Americans. And there's a host of other things like this he's done. And you look at his administration, it's essentially all white. Is there anybody, does he have any black people on his administration? I guess you could say Tulsi Gabbard is a minority. I mean, like, there's virtually nobody there. And then when you look at the quote-unquote racist Democrat Party under Biden, his vice president is a minority. You can call her black, or you can call her Jamaican and Indian, whatever you want to fill in the blank for. You got to point to the fact that he appointed a black Supreme Court justice. He's part of the team that gave America its first black president. He obviously was for the George Floyd bill. He was for, tuition forgiveness, which would help. When you look at these two parties, you look at the fact that the Democrat Party is against the Confederate flag and statues and buildings that are attributed to slave owners and all of that stuff in the past. And then the right are renaming structures back to the name of these folks. Whereas the Biden administration got rid of, let's say, Fort Bragg, a Confederate perceived hero. The Trump administration renamed it back to that. So I'm just going to simply say this. If you see the liberals as the racist party and the conservatives as the party that is for inclusion and diversity and all that, I would have to ask, what are you looking at? I mean, I'm just simply saying, maybe the conservatives do really favor diversity and maybe the liberals are racist, but that doesn't fit what you're looking at. If you put all of the Biden administration on a porch White House, and they do take these, these gatherings, these kind of pictures, and you take a picture of all of the Trump administration and put on the White House steps, and you look at those groups, and you're going to tell me the Trump administration is the group that is for inclusion and diversity, and the Biden administration is not? The fact that virtually every living civil rights leader affiliates with the Democrats and runs from the Republican Party. Meanwhile, the nationalists, the hate groups, affiliate with the Republicans, and they wouldn't fuck Kamala Harris, President Obama, or Biden. I mean, so there are groups of people in this country that eat, sleep, and breathe racism, such as your Jesse Jacksons, your Al Sharptons, your Ben Crumps, your, as I said, your white supremacist groups, whatever's left of the Triple K, and all of these groups are people who eat, sleep, and breathe racism. From the Jesse Jackson to the Triple, all of these folks do. You can look at who they're following and get kind of a picture too of which side is which and all of that. You can clearly see that. So the idea that the Democrat Party, if you are African American, is where you should be running from, and the Conservative Party is where you should be running to, that doesn't resonate. Now, I will say this. That doesn't mean there are not legitimate reasons to vote for the Republican Party if you're black. Could be maybe you favor the Trump economy. Maybe you're pro-life, pro-2A, pro-small. There's a lot of legitimate reasons for a black person to vote with the right. But if your sole concern is which party is more, that ain't one of those reasons. I'm just going to say it just like that. That is one of those reasons, unless you can't hear, see, or read. You can see it as clear as day which party all of the people of color are associating with and which party is not. So for you to say something like, you would have to not be able to see. Supercell Fusion, Tim, did you hear what happened in Colorado? You should talk about that. And your next live feed, the Trump administration says it's terrorism. That's why they want that woman gone. No, I didn't hear about that. I heard about where was it that the guy created a flamethrower and took out people, or tried to take out some folks. He didn't take anybody out, but he burned a lot of people. Wasn't that in Colorado? but that was a guy. You said something, a woman. I haven't heard of this, Supercell. Edgy says Trump pardoned Kodak and NBA YoungBoy inclusion. Yeah. Compared to all of the folks that Biden has hired and promoted, we're going to exclude all of that, but we're going to point out about Trump pardoned a few rappers. He gets credit for that, but Biden don't get any credit for Obama's being elected or, Kamala Harris. He don't get any credit for that, huh? Okay. I think this is a case where you're trying to make a story to fit. If you're going to get Trump credit for pardoning these, and by the way, these are criminal rappers. He's not even, Biden is taking folks who are highly educated and successful in their own right and putting them in positions that maybe a perceived glass ceiling would have prevented them from going to. Trump is letting criminals out of prison. That's it. The people that Trump is pardoning were convicted of major felonies, such as Kodak Black. And by the way, Kodak Black, after being pardoned from Trump, has committed a host of new felonies. He's currently dealing with more cases. I don't know if that's something to celebrate, as opposed to, helping Obama get elected, helping Kamala Harris become VP, and all the stuff that Biden has done. You kind of got to really squeeze that in to make that work. Democrats suck at most things. Chuck Schumer stating that we are going to write an angry letter to Trump was one of the funniest things I've ever seen. No wonder they like, yeah, that is kind of funny. I don't know why you would. Trump is trying to make you angry. Why the hell would you write a letter to somebody who literally brags about drinking liberal tears? You're literally giving him something that he might frame and put on his wall. He wants you to be angry. Why would you he's not trying to work with you. He wants you to be pissed off. So that makes no sense to me. You might want to look up the past of the people that Biden pardoned. We could have that discussion, Drew, but if the whole claim is that the Democrats are the racist party and the Republicans are not, that's a discussion you can't have. That you would have to literally be in a situation where you don't believe your lying eyes. I mean, that makes no sense to me. Joe Biden allowed illegals to come in repeatedly and rape and murder our citizens. The Lincoln Rally Act exists for a reason. I'm definitely a supporter of the Lincoln Rally Act. I do support that. But the whole notion that they were coming in repeatedly and raping and murdering our citizens, I just believe that is incredibly overstated, exaggerated. I mean, there's a reason why you're still talking Lincoln Rally and all that stuff. Because you should be, if you got, 18 million or whatever it was, 18 million people coming in, and Trump said, they're not sending us their best and brightest, they're sending us the rapists and murderers. If most of these folks are coming in to commit these violent crimes, you should be hearing about them. Every day you should be hearing about them. If you go to, let's say, Chicago, where I'm from, turn on the news, you're going to hear about people being murdered. If you turn on the news the next day, once again, you're going to hear about people being murdered, and it's going to be different people than it was the day before. They're not going to keep telling you about the same murder over and over again for a year. The reason you keep hearing about Lincoln Rally is they don't have a lot of people getting unalive. There's been a couple more of them since Lincoln Rally for sure, but it's 18 million of these people. You should have one of these happening every day, every single day. The fact that there are not that many of them happening, and that I can give stories like what I played earlier, where a 64-year-old woman is being deported because of what she did in 2001, shows you that it's a lot of this in terms of this bad immigrant language is being fabricated. It's being fabricated. I mean, you should have murderers all over the damn place that you can talk about they got deported. Even when they got rid of Kilmar Abrego Garcia, they didn't have any violent felonies on him at all. Well, his wife accused him of hitting her. We didn't get a conviction, or she didn't even really follow up on that. And He got pulled over in Tennessee, and the cops thought he might be human trafficking because he had a bunch of extra seats in his car. And he got some tattoos. That was really it. If these folks are raping and murdering every damn body,
Backstory here, if you're just joining.
why isn't there more evidence of it? That's all I'm saying. The amount of evidence coming out of this stuff is slim to none. Slim to none. Lincoln Riley, that case is about 2 years old, isn't it? At least a year or more. And that's still coming up. Should be plenty of new stuff. Kamala giving blacks extra harsh sentence. Trump pardons successful black men and gives them an extra chance. We can clearly see who's for blacks. Trump. Okay, you're saying that Kamala Harris giving blacks an extra harsh sentence. Now, you're talking about something that's roughly about 30 years old. When you're going all the way back to when she was a DA and all of that stuff back in California. And that is true. She was part of the whole 3 strikes laws and all of that stuff, but she's as the district attorney, she doesn't make the laws. So when they're giving out these 3 strikes and all of this shit, she's the prosecutor. She's not the one that actually makes that a law. That might be something you talk to Joe Biden about. You're giving, and by the way, I don't recall a whole lot of Republican resistance to Kamala Harris doing that back then. The whole country was in favor of being tough on crime back then. So I don't understand that. And you say Trump pardoned successful black men. What? Trump pardoned successful men. Okay, all right. I don't know where you're going with that. And gives them an extra chance. We can clearly see who's for blacks. Trump. He's pardoned like 3 or 4 people. This isn't something you can say he's routinely doing. How many successful black men or people, you said men, what is it, like 2 or 3? Maybe Lil Wayne, Kodak Black, and I know you don't consider Larry Hoover a successful black man, do you? How many people has he really pardoned? I mean, you could count them out on one hand. And that alone is enough for you to come to this conclusion? Okay. All right, anyway, looking in the comments, and when you talk about Kamala Harris giving extra harsh sentences, I guess we're going to ignore sending folks down to El Salvador that haven't even committed a crime and throwing them in prison. We're going to ignore that, huh? Because that's coming from Trump. I guess we're going to ignore him talking about potentially sending homegrown American criminals to El Salvador. You're talking about giving people extra harsh sentences. I guess we're going to ignore him joking about reopening Alcatraz and how folks who tried to escape were bitten by sharks. Extra harsh sentences. I guess we're going to skip over all of that, huh? Didn't he talk about if you're illegal and you take the life of a cop, you should get the death penalty? If you enter the country illegally, you should get a minimum of 10 years. We're talking about extra harsh sentences. I guess we're going to ignore all of that. Sending people to Sudan, yeah, that's another one, Travelman. I guess Libya is another one. I guess we're going to ignore all of that, huh? Okay. This guy's fucking crazy outside, says James. Elaborate. Tell me how. Anthony, a lot of citizens unalive people every day with DUIs as well. Not to mention people who have served time in jail. When they get out, what's your point? Okay, you talking to each other. Real quick before we, no one knew the extent of Kamala Harris's corruption back then, but we found out later. What is the extent of Kamala Harris's corruption? What has she done that's so corrupt? I'd be curious to know. What are you suggesting that she's done? I mean, maybe some accusations, but what has she officially did that's so corrupt? Looking in the comments real quick here. Trump thinks that transgender mice exist. Yeah, he has said that. That money was going to transgender mice and all of that. Yeah, that has been said. Anyhow, folks, I do appreciate 128,000 on the likes. You guys were fairly good with the thumbs today. You guys know how the program is ran. We are always MAGA friendly. Despite some MAGA Not liking to hear Trump criticize the same way liberals tear into me when I criticize the left. But this is a free speech program. We believe in letting everybody speak in an uncensored format. So you can be critical of anybody on the program up to and including yours truly. And you see folks are calling me everything from fucking crazy outside on down. But I'm always about free speech. So in closing, if you do appreciate a free speech program with dialogue from all sides of the aisle, after all, we go left of Bernie Sanders, so I'm having dinner with Q. If you enjoy that, I'm going to ask that you follow the program if you're watching on TikTok or Instagram. Give your boy a subscription if you're watching on YouTube. We don't have to agree on shit other than the fact that you have the right to speak, and that will always be observed on this program. We love thank you, Ty there. First they were screaming she didn't do anything in the White House. Now, out of the blue, it's a bunch of corruption that no one can explain. I kind of concur with that. It's your boy Tim, the handsome liberal. Catch you guys tomorrow. Take care. Don't know what I'm hitting there, but I'll hit it again.